Okay, good morning, everybody. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on October 9th, 2020. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. Again, as a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host, and they will be able to assist you. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will start with a closed session this morning to discuss solar generation update for the Power with Purpose project. We will conclude the discussion no later than 9:45 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at 10 a.m. and receive reports from each of the committees. Director McGuire, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Yes, we do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 9:02 a.m. to discuss the solar generation update with the Power of Purpose project. With respect to the solar generation update on the Power with Purpose Generation Resource Project, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing and types and locations of resources that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in the infrastructure projects. The update may also involve discussion of legal matters that are protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine. This motion requires a second to move forward, please.
A second.
Bogner?
Yes.
Kavanaugh?
Yes.
McGuire?
Yes.
Mulhoff?
Yes.
Moody?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Yoder?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
The motion to go into closed session has indeed passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding a solar generation update on the Power with Purpose project. No votes or other action will be taken. I'll make a note here that Director Gay has a potential conflict of interest with respect to the Power with Purpose project and will be absent from our closed session discussion. He'll join us for public session at 10 a.m. Okay, if there are any members of the public that are present, we'll go ahead and eliminate them from. Colleagues, I need a motion and a second, which is required to reconvene an open session.
I move to go into open session.
Second.
Bogner?
Yes.
Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Gay? Director Gay?
Yes.
Thank you. Director McGuire?
Yes.
Mulhoff?
Yes.
Moody?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
And Director Yoder?
Yes.
Motion carried 8-0.
Very good. Thanks, everybody. The motion to come out of closed session at 10:03 a.m. is carried. The closed session was indeed limited to discussion regarding a solar generation update on the Power with Purpose project. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. Okay, here we go. Earlier before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members. All of us are present. Amanda Bogner, Mike Kavanaugh, Tim Gay, Ann McGuire, Janice Mulhoff, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. We also had President and CEO Tim Burke, our General Counsel Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, members of our senior management team, and other OPPD staff. Additionally, do we have members of the public that are in attendance at this point? Do we know how many members of the public we have?
I believe we have about 5.
Okay, very good. So we have about 5 members of the public in attendance. And just to pause for a moment on this, we got some good feedback in some of our other public meetings that have been held that it would be helpful for us to give everyone broader context for who's actually here, given that we can't sit in a room and see one another. So that's the intent for why we're sharing this information today. We conducted a closed session this morning to discuss a solar generation update on the Power with Purpose project. As noted on the agenda, we will receive a public update near the end of this meeting regarding our natural gas project stakeholder outreach. So sit tight for that if that's what you're interested in. That'll be at roughly about 1 o'clock today. That's what our schedule allows. Okay, now we will hear from the following committee reports. Finance from Director Amanda Bogner, System Management Nuclear Oversight from Director Janice Mulhoff, Public Information from Director Rick Yoder, and Governance from Director Ann McGuire. Tim Burke will now give us a safety briefing. Mr. Burke.
Great. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. Beautiful blue sky morning here in eastern Nebraska. We have talked before on this slide, the 10 actions every Nebraskan can be taking to slow the spread of COVID-19. I had the opportunity to hear Dr. Gold from UNMC give a presentation yesterday morning about the significant impact and increase that we're seeing, and relating it to a number of different things. Certainly schools back in session, colleges are back in session. People have tried to restore as much normality into their life. He specifically talked about some large gatherings that occurred over the weekend with groups of 250, 500 people. And he said those will have significant outcomes over the course of time. And he said it's those kinds of things that we need to prevent. So social distancing, wearing masks, using general hygiene, cleaning hands, Clorox wiping, certainly a mask. Here's a visual of the value and the benefit of wearing a mask. It's really important to do. We have those requirements within OPPD. I had the opportunity to go out to all of our power plants, peaking stations, and centers over the last several weeks, and had the opportunity to see our men and women in masks at the sites, at the facilities, practicing social distance. It was great to see how we're adhering to that. But yet, even then, when our folks go home, we're seeing impacts of COVID-19 to family members here at OPPD, and we're very concerned about that. Also, the other item that we talked about at our senior management meeting yesterday is the increase in wrecks that are occurring, certainly in the Omaha metropolitan area. And when Kevin McCormick and his team reached out to the Omaha Police Department and the Sheriff Department to have this conversation with them about trends, what they're finding is they have had more speeding tickets of greater than 100 miles an hour. And so whether there's as much traffic as there was pre-COVID-19, people believe they can go faster, but they're seeing speed as an outcome of the wrecks. And so for us to think about that as we're driving defensively, to know that other people may not be respecting speeds and safety. So for us to do that after we leave our buildings or facilities or homes on the way to the store or wherever we may be going, please make sure you practice defensive driving. Thank you very much, and that concludes my safety briefing.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Some fast driving. Okay, before we jump into the finance report, I just wanted to make mention of the fact that our board meeting is tomorrow rather than Thursday for the public. So just as a reminder, tomorrow at 4 o'clock is our board meeting. Our board is getting together in person for that meeting. It will be at the Douglas County Civic Center, which is where we held it a couple months ago. For those of you that are listening who are trying to decide whether or not you need to physically be there for that meeting, you do not. and I would strongly encourage you to attend virtually. We're going to have the same situation that we had set up 2 months ago, which means those of you that are attending virtually will still have an opportunity to provide comments on any matter in the exact same way that you've been doing for all of our virtual board meetings as well. So as this next spike occurs, let's continue to do our work to stay deliberate and diligent about preventing it to the extent that we can. Okay, we are now ready to get deep into the agenda. We'll start with Finance, Director Bogner.
Thank you. Just confirming you can hear me.
Yep.
Okay, great. The Finance Committee did not meet this month. However, we did receive a status report on the block rate elimination project on October 2nd. Additionally, I met with Amy Schreck from BKD, our external auditor, on September 30th. The focus of that meeting was to walk through a series of questions to help identify if there are any potential sources of financial fraud at the district. BKD will evaluate that conversation during their external auditing process and confirm that there is no financial fraud at the district. But finally, the biannual audit subcommittee meeting will be this Thursday, October 15th with BKD. During that meeting, we'll be discussing how the 2020 audit will be completed. We'll also discuss the corporate audit work that's been completed so far and a few GASB initiatives that the district is working on. Just for clarity for the public, GASB is our Government Accounting Standards Board that creates the accounting reporting standards that we follow at the district. And with that, my report is complete. I guess I didn't really need 5 minutes.
All right, you got ahead of schedule, so that's good. Okay, thank you, Director Bogner. Very well done. We'll have a nice long Finance Committee meeting in November for sure. I think we have 2 hours scheduled for that puppy, so lots of fun.
And December too.
Good. Okay, we are on to System Management Nuclear Oversight. Director Mulhoff.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, so our committee met as scheduled, and we received some instructional information about self-commitments and SPP and also generation economics. These presentations contained confidential and proprietary information, and the slides are in diligent for other board members who were not able to attend. I just want to thank Mary and Troy and Javier and all their teams for that very detailed and comprehensive look at how OPPD self-commits into the market and some of the costs related to our generation. So thank you very much. And I will turn it over to Mary, who has several items on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mulhoff. Yes, I do have several items on the agenda here. All these, I think, in pretty expediently. I'll just start with the Nebraska City 1 deaerator installation contract. Nebraska City has gone through a long operation since 1979, and this deaerator has been installed since that time. So does the original equipment. Deaerator is just that. It deaerates the water and takes out all dissolved gases. Is critically important because that provides a 67,000 gallon storage tank, which provides suction to our boiler feed pumps. And so it's important that we have this water deaerated before it goes into the boiler feed pumps. The request for proposal is for the labor, the equipment, the rigging, the installation, and the scaffolding to replace the Nebraska City Unit 1 deaerator. As I said, it's been in service since 1979 and is experiencing cracking, and we have tried to repair it several times. And at this point, it's just to the point where we do need to replace the unit. This contract covers the installation work, does not cover the design and supply of the materials or the replacement of the deaerator storage tank. Material contract was awarded to Kansas City Deaerator on June 26th of 2020, so that has already been awarded to a contractor. So this is the labor portion. I'm flipping through my notes here, so bear with me. We received 4 bids from companies that are listed in the documentation. Day and Zimmerman was considered to be, or deemed to be, legally non-responsive. And so the rest of the contract, the rest of the bids were technically reviewed and were found to be technically responsive. And so based on that review of a technical and legal requirements, we are recommending that the contract be awarded to Total Western for the total of $1,569,029.90. I'll pause there to see if we have any questions. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the next one, Mo, please. This is the Nebraska City Station Unit 2 reheater upper bank replacement. If you recall, earlier this year in May, we came to the board and requested that we go out and purchase the boiler tube replacement for the reheater section of Nebraska City 2. Excuse me. And the board did approve that in the May meeting. This is about, sorry, my computer is not working. I want to say 188 tubes. Yes, 188 tube elements that will be replaced. They are the original equipment that started when we became commercial in 2009. The request for proposal is for the labor portion only, so it'll include scaffolding and rigging to replace the reheater section of the tube assemblies. The materials for the reheater were, as I said, awarded to Chanute Manufacturing in the May board meeting, and the NC2 reheater and rear wall installation panels are the original equipment. We received 5 bids. Of those 5 bids, all were deemed to be legally and technically acceptable. However, as we went back and looked at the experience of B&N Welding and Fabrication, because they were the lowest cost bid, we felt that their experience and unknown ability to furnish repairs and maintenance services made them a lesser value to the overall project for OPPD. And so based on that and the compliance with the legal and technical requirements, we recommend the proposal be awarded to TEI Construction Services for $1,294,133. Any questions on the reheater? I see a question from Director McGuire.
Yes, Mary, I have a question more broader as far as it looks like we're having outages for both NC1 and NC2. How are we going to be staggering those, and what is the length of each? It looks like NC2 might be a lot longer outage.
So I don't have that at my fingertips, but I can look it up and get back to you as the duration of each one of those. Each one of those, yes, we are taking outages, both Nebraska City 1 and 2. Nebraska City 2 was due for a boiler outage, and so this would be its normal rotation. Nebraska City 1, as you recall, the rotor is being replaced in the turbine. It's been on order for almost 18 months. That is due in this spring. And so the reason we're taking them both out this spring is to replace that rotor. As part of that, we always look at what other equipment we can do, what other outage work we can get done at the same time when we're doing that rotor replacement. And so that's why we're having 2 in 1 year again, is to get that rotor replaced on NC1.
Okay, thanks, Mary.
Sure. And I'll put in the chat what the durations of the outages are. I don't see any other questions. So I will move along to the next slide, Mo. If you could go to the pictures, Jones Street 1 repair. I wanted to bring just a few pictures to show you what we're dealing with at Jones Street 1. Jones Street, the last time it had a major overhaul was in 1991, so it's given us very good service. But as you can see on the left, you can see those pins, and well, I don't know if you could put your cursor over that top pin. It's kind of white and round. That pin should not be projecting out that way. What we see is the pins migrating. Thank you, Mo. Those pins are migrating out of their location. And if you go down that pin, yep, down at the bottom there, you can see the 2 pins that are sticking out, and then right in between there, there's 2 that are actually flush with the blade, and those are in their rightful position. And so what we see is this migration. And then we had seen this last in 2019, and we've been watching it, the progression on it. We had so many starts on this unit. Well, we've had quite a few starts over the summer and into this fall. Even on Saturday, Jones Street was running because of the storm that was coming through. And so for reliability purposes, Jones Street was called on from the SPP marketplace. And so we've seen a number of starts on these units. We're down, I think, to 4 or 5 left on this unit before we need to make this repair replacement. But as you can see, it's difficult with this borescope to really get a good impression of how many we have migrating, what the complete status of that is. And over on the right-hand side, you see the blade where something has hit the blade and it's been cut away. And as it cuts away, it releases into the rest of the equipment of these pieces, and it causes further damage on some of the other blades. And so this is what we're dealing with Jones Street 1. I'll go to my documentation here with me, please. So under the current plan, we would like to disassemble the unit and really go in and inspect it and figure out the pieces and parts that need to be restored and replaced for the compressor stages, the bearings, the combustion section. And so this is very similar to the work that we did, if you recall, on Sarpy County 1 last year. As we go through this, because we don't know the status of all of these parts until we get in there and actually open it up and remove some of them and figure out what actually needs to be repaired or replaced, it makes it difficult for us to go out for a contract where we could use a sealed bidding process. And so we're asking the board to approve not using the sealed bid process and to go with an engineer certification, which was included in your packet for today. And so we're asking the board to approve the certification as recommended and to move forward with we will do a competitive bidding process, but as we do that, we want to have the ability to negotiate the parts that get replaced and which parts we choose. There's limited availability of these parts, and so we want to make sure that we choose the appropriate equipment or the appropriate replacement parts for the equipment going forward. And so we're asking the board to allow us to go through this bidding process, but also to negotiate and award a contract after it is competitively bid using the engineering certification as opposed to a sealed bid process. I'll pause there and ask if you have any questions. Director McGuire, did you have another question?
No, I'm sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, okay, thank you. With that, it concludes the 3 repair and contract negotiations. I'd like to move over to the nuclear unless there's any objection. So the Nuclear Oversight Committee report this month, we did something different. And we did that specifically because there is a lot of work that's going on up at Fort Calhoun. And that work is really quite fabulous if you look at it. It's really moving along, I think, surprisingly well. And I've asked Tim Euling to come and join us today. And I've asked him to give us a report. If you could go to the actual presentation. I've asked him to give us a report and to show us the pictures of all of the changes that are going on up at Fort Calhoun. So Tim, I will turn it over to you at this point. Are you there, Tim?
Tim, I think you're on mute. You've got something muted.
But
There you go.
all right, thank you. I'm glad I didn't get through the whole presentation muted. So what I was saying was privileged to be here today, muted or not, to talk about the progress at Fort Calhoun Station. If we could go to the next slide, please. I'm going to talk about major accomplishments, and I'm mostly going to do that through the use of photos because they are in fact worth 1,000 words. Certainly if there's questions, please stop and ask me. I'll be glad to discuss those. Once we get through some of the things that we've accomplished, we're going to talk about what's coming up. We'll look a little more closely at what happens in the next year, but we're also going to look out over the next 5 years. Then we're going to talk about performance, and everything is perfect. There are opportunities for us to improve performance in a couple of areas, so I'm going to talk about those today. But then we're going to balance that out with some of the successes that we've had as well. And then certainly any questions that you have, whether they were part of the slideshow or not, I'll be glad to take. Next slide, please. So I start with a couple of pictures of the fuel move and of the ISFSI operations facility being built. And I know I was here along with Ted Main a few months ago to talk about completing those fuel moves with the longer presentation. Really two reasons for including it again. One, it was a big deal, so I wanted to reinforce that. But two, it really sort of level sets since that time what's happened, and what you're going to see a lot of is primarily the physical work has happened since that time. There's a lot of planning and preparation that went into these other activities, but the physical work over the last few months has been pretty phenomenal. So just as a reminder, that ISFSI operations facility, so where we provide the security and operations for our fuel, that went operational in June of this year. Next slide, please. And there's just a few more pictures of that fuel move, from getting that canister into the pool so we could load it with fuel, to bringing it out and then storing it safely in those robust steel and concrete structures. Next slide, please. And then this is our ISFSI operations facility. I don't believe we've shared too many pictures of this before. So the picture on the left is the front of the facility. Certainly you can tell that that's a utilitarian structure that's built for a purpose. Not a lot of bells and whistles to it that you can see, but it provides all the services that we need. And then the picture on the right gives you the overhead view of where all the fuel is stored in those horizontal storage modules, and then the backside of that ISFSI operations facility. So that's where our staff is that's responsible for the dry fuel storage. Next slide, please. Then we've got a few pictures of the inside of that facility. So the picture on the left was pretty early in construction. You can see it's a robust structure. And then the other two pictures, the one with the gray wall in the middle there, that's our classroom. We need to continue to train our folks, as long as they're part of that staff, as long as that fuel is there, to make sure that they understand their roles and they can perform them well. And then the wall with the blue office is blue wall is one of our offices. And you can see there's a couple of different chairs in there, and that was before we ever moved in our computer equipment and the rest of the office equipment. But that facility is fully operational at this time. Next slide, please. So in parallel with the building and the fuel moves were all these other things that we were doing. And this too is really just the highlights, plenty of activities going on besides these items. And I'm not going to read through these because we're going to show an example of each as we go through. So next slide, please. Now, this is one of our legacy steam generators. In 2006, we replaced 2 steam generators, which is what we have, a pressurizer and the reactor head, as part of upgrading the plant to continue to operate. Those components had been stored on site since that time in a concrete structure. This is one of the generators as it was being pulled out of that storage location and then ready to be placed on that specialty trailer that you see in the bottom there. Certainly this is a great example where you bring in the experts to do the work. Hauling one of these steam generators is quite a complex task that requires specialty skills. And you can see one truck on the front end of that trailer. That's the truck that pulls, and then the 4 hooked up behind are ones that push on the truck from here out to Utah. Our last steam generator, which is also our last component or last legacy component, did make it to its disposal facility a couple of weeks ago. So there are no more of those items on site at this time. Next slide, please. And then flood protection. In 2019, we had 5 separate events where the river exceeded its bank. And certainly we could protect the individual components with sandbags and temporary systems. But as we look forward to a project that's going to last 5 years, we thought we needed something more robust for a flood protection scheme. So we placed HESCO barriers around a portion of the site. It encompasses the substation. It goes around the dry fuel storage area to provide that protection in case the river does exceed its level. The picture in the bottom there, you see a large pile of sand. There is one section of barriers that we do not have up yet just because of the limited amount of space and the ability to conduct work. We have the barriers, we have the sand. We can get those up in just a couple of days to ensure that if there is an event, we can get the flood barriers up. But we wanted to make sure that we could still do the work as well. So we're a little bit of a compromise there, but able to protect that site. Next slide, please. And this slide starts a series of slides that really go to the reduce, reuse, and recycle. When we were an operational facility, we had 2 emergency diesel generators on site that we kept operational, fully pristine engines in case there was a loss of off-site power. On the picture on the left, you can see just the beginning of a red forklift. Where that forklift is sitting right now is where that first diesel was, so that one was already removed. But you can see it's hooked up to a wall piece that separated out that other engine, so they were fully separated in case something happened to the one. The bottom picture shows those segments as they were taken out, as they were cut out, taken out, and put onto the trailer, just to try to give some appreciation for the magnitude of the significance of the wall between those 2 units. And then in the upper right-hand picture, you can see the second diesel that's now accessible, so it can be pulled out. Next slide, please. And then in these, you see that diesel coming out and then being placed on a trailer. This was one of the items that we were able to reuse. There's a organization within the nuclear industry that maintains hard to find, long lead times, critical components for the industry to use. Basically a warehouse of surplus important items. And that's where these 2 diesel generators went. So a win for the industry that those were available, a win for us that we were able to sell those. They were able to help us take them out, so it helped us with the deconstruction project, allowed those things to be reused instead of having to go to recycling. Next slide, please. And then kind of on the reuse, recycle item, this is a series of pictures of our warehouse. So even the picture where there's the most material in the top left hand, that's probably already a 90% cleaned out warehouse. But as you work your way around to the bottom right, that's what it looks like today. The materials that we still needed to use, we kept. The materials that could be used throughout the district were transferred to other locations in the district. What we couldn't use across the district was sold to a company that once again maintains an inventory of parts, so it can be used not only in the nuclear industry, but wherever those parts would be useful. So able to reuse those. And then what couldn't fall into those categories and was recyclable, we sent through the recycling process. Next slide, please. And just here's a couple more that show the building abandonments that we're going through. These are 2 offices. One's in the chemistry area, one's in the former radiation protection area. The one on the lower left is lighter just because there's windows there. Power's been removed to those buildings. You can see the ceiling tiles are out, the carpet tiles are out, all of the combustible materials, save for that one lone chair, have been removed from that building to make it a safe place as we move towards deconstruction so that it will be ready for demolition to that step. Next slide, please. And as we continue on in the recycling and getting ready for deconstruction, our transformers, based on their age and the specific design criteria, we couldn't find an alternative use for them. But what we did find was a company who specializes in recycling these units. So they removed the oil, they recycled it, they cut these up, certainly the large copper coils that you see in the center of that middle picture, large copper quantity, and then the other metals in those units. So again, able to bring in a specialty contractor, do the work for us, and recycle those materials. Next slide, please. And then we get to the building of new. So one of the things that's been a little bit interesting for me, I guess, is that deconstruction isn't always about tearing things down. It's also about building new things. Can we go back one slide, please? There we go. The two pictures on the upper left-hand side shows us drilling a hole through our containment structure so we can run. There we go. Hole through our containment structure so we can run the deconstruction power system. And I know Mary's talked about that at various points. Essentially, the goal with this deconstruction power system is to eliminate the hundreds, if not thousands, of miles of cabling running through the plant and replace it with a much simpler system that's more readily identifiable to help us with our decommissioning project, to make it safer, to understand what we're doing. Which, if you look in the lower left-hand slide or lower left-hand picture there, you see the orange tape that's about every 4 foot on those cables. You also see it in the picture on the right with those cables running up the wall. That goes from the source to the load on each one of those cables, so it's readily identifiable when you're out in the field what cables have power running through them as we're doing the deconstruction project. The picture in the middle shows the transformer and the switchgear that we put in. We placed it up on a platform as well, so that if we do have a flooding event, we have leakage past our HESCO barriers, that equipment is up out and protected from any flood waters that would come in. Next slide, please. And then we go back to the removal and the preparations for deconstruction. So the round building in the middle is our containment structure. The panels going around the outside is a facade, and on the next slide, when we get there, you'll see what it looks like when we start to remove those. Those items on top of containment and then that elevator on the side, typically not there, but those were placed there to start removing the tendons that run through the walls. There are hundreds of tendons that crisscross on the inside of the wall, basically running through tubes through those walls that were needed when we were an operational facility to ensure structural integrity of the containment structure. Now that we're shut down, those are no longer required. So we've started removing those, preparing for deconstruction. This is one of the projects that we had started to the point of people had started showing up. This is also a specialty contractor that does this work. We've started their in processing, their training, making sure that the project was ready to go, started receiving some of the equipment, and then COVID struck. So we stopped that project. They came back 2 or 3 months later and then started again. So COVID has had some impact on us. This isn't a project that would fall under critical path. So it's not impacting that, but it is impacting the date that we expect to get this portion of the project done. Next slide, please. So the picture on the upper left shows the end caps on top of containment where all those tendons are. So I included this picture so you could get an idea of how many tendons there really were. This goes all 360 degrees around containment. A significant project to detension those cables and then pull them out. And then in the lower right-hand picture, you can see where we've started to take the panels off around the outside of containment. And those will stay off at this point. Next slide, please. And then this wraps up the photos. I wanted to leave out with we leave with the bang here. This is up on the hill to the plant west of the site. where we have the rail spur coming in. This is where we are going to add additional rail spurs and a waste processing facility. So a large structure that we'll take the waste to, we'll sort it, we'll place it in the rail cars, and then it will be shipped off site. The soil that's being removed off of here is being kept, and that will eventually be used as fill for the buildings that we are removing. So another opportunity to reuse a resource. And I talked a long time without a pause there, so I would just stop at this point before we move on to the next section of the presentation and ask if there are any questions. Director McGuire.
Hi, Tim. This is amazing, the amount of work that you have done in the past year since I was up there. It's just mind-boggling, actually. I have a question about the ISFSI. Right now, do we have the amount of employees that are necessary to staff that?
We have about 33 people out there that staff that facility. And the reason I say about is some of them still help us out on the deconstruction side as well. So there's some cross duties there, but there's about 33 people in that organization.
Okay, and then the amount, how many groups of contractors do we have on site right now and versus our own employees?
So right now, our total employees, including those 33 at the ISFSI, is about 175. And our contractors on site are closer to 250. And that changes every day, ebbs and flows as projects start and projects conclude.
Yeah. So that makes it a little bit more as far as culture, and maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later. That makes, you know, for you as far as explaining our culture as far as safety and everything. So I'll leave that comment maybe to later. I'm sure you'll talk about it.
That is a great preview for a slide I've got coming up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if we could go to the next slide, please. So now we're going to kind of shift to the things that are coming up. So I broke this down into what would we expect to see by the end of next year, and then the next slides will be what do we expect to see farther out. The critical path for us is the internals of the reactor vessel, segmenting those, cutting them up, and then preparing those for disposal. So right now we are trying to get containment ready for that. So that's the removal of the tendons, that's the deconstruction power work, but it's also cutting up and removing the components that are in the way of accessing the reactor vessel. So a fair amount of work in there going on to prepare that area, create the footprint really that we need to do the reactor vessel segmentation. The other thing that I would throw on there for next year that's going to be important is relates to that last slide. It's the rail and waste processing facility. As we start to get to the point where we're ready to start the bulk shipments, having that rail available to us is much more efficient, and it's the way that we want to attack our waste disposal. And we also expect to have several of our clean building demolitions complete by next year. As a couple examples, the warehouse, the old security building that we had, our maintenance building, we would expect to see several of those demolished by the end of 2021. And then the big one really for us is also the license termination plan submitted to the NRC. We have to put our plan together of how, I'm just boiled down to effectively how we're going to prove that the site has been restored to its original condition, that there's no risk to the public as we release that site. We have to submit that plan to the NRC. They review it for up to 2 years. 2 years is pretty typical, and then we will execute that plan. One thing I would say is that is for the bulk of the site. We will continue to have a license for the area around where the dry fuel is stored until that fuel is no longer on site. Next slide, please. And then if we start to look out a little bit farther, I'm going to skip through these a little bit and then I'll come back and catch them up. But I talked about reactor vessel segmentation being critical path. So that project itself actually goes out until early 2023. Once we've cut up the internals of the vessel, then we actually start to cut the vessel itself. That becomes a much simpler process after you've got all the internals out, but that goes through mid to third quarter of 2023. So that still maintains that critical path. Then it's removing everything else from containment, which takes about another year through the end of, or middle of 2024. Then we'll demolish the containment structure, be done by mid 2025, and we would expect to be substantially complete by late 2025. So substantially complete is the main structures are down. We might be wrapping up some surveys and contouring of the land and that type of work, but all the significant deconstruction work we would expect to be done by late 2025. And then license termination after we do all of our final surveys, the NRC does their verifications and validation of the work that we've done. We will expect to have that by 2026. And again, that does not include the fuel area, but it is the rest of the site. And then I guess the only one I really skipped was the phase 1 of clean building demo complete, which are those buildings that I talked about. There's some buildings that we have a use for until we get to later in the project. So we'll maintain those up until 2024 or 2025. Next slide, please. So I know this is hard to see, at least on the small computer screen I'm looking at right now. But there's a couple reasons I wanted to show this slide. One, it's really just the visual of the things that I've talked about. But there's two things on here. The very first line that's kind of that pink color with the stars and the numbers. Those are our staffing projections as we go forward. Now, we update those every year, so those will continue to update as we understand more about the project, as we understand where the progress is, what our needs are as we go forward. And that number does not include the ISFSI staff, so that would be outside of here. We don't expect any changes to that staff based on deconstruction work. Then the last colored line I would point out is just that green one, the red waste line. We will be shipping materials off-site for the duration of this project, and that's why that rail spur is important to our progress there. And then what I really wanted out of the visual was from the third quarter of this year until the end of next year, and you can see all of the things that are stacked into that year's time. There is a lot of work that has to happen over this next year to set us up for success for the duration of the project. So I will stop there and ask if there's any questions about activities before we move forward. Director Moody.
Yes, sir. This is an interesting visual, but thanks for pointing out what 2021 looks like. That looks like some intense work. My question was about the reactor vessel, right? Like I've never seen one. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know how to, I assume segmentation means taking it apart, but could you and if there's sensitive information that you can't share, I understand about what the process is like, but I guess I would like to better understand what that actually looks like, what it actually means to take a reactor vessel apart. Can you talk a little bit about the scope of that work?
Absolutely. So to try to give, and next time I'll have some pictures of the reactor vessel, so it'll be a little easier to explain, but the vessel itself, if you just think about a cylinder and the bottom is domed and that's all one piece. And then it has a head that goes on top of it that bolts down with a number of large bolts. So that head gets removed off of there, and that provides you access to the insides of the vessel itself. And there's several different components in there. I don't know how I can well explain that without pictures, but a lot of different components in there that held where the fuel was, that direct where the water flow goes, to allow you to move your rods in and out as one of the ways that you control reactor power. And those internal components, since they were next to where the fuel was and where the fission process were taking place, is what you would expect to typically be your higher activity components. So with a lot of surveys and a lot of math, the experts figure out how to cut that up in the right way so that it can be placed in the canisters that are needed to send it off for eventual disposal. Some of which will stay next to the fuel on the at the ISFSI, and then some of which will get sent off typically to Texas. Once all those internals are out and all you're left with is basically a shell, yeah, then you just start cutting up that shell into bite-sized pieces, if you will, so that you can ship it off for disposal.
Hey, Tim, maybe give a sense on the bigness of the reactor itself.
Oh, put me on the spot. If memory serves, about 15 feet high and about 12, I will say 10 feet across. But I really would like to take a look up on that because I'm shooting from the hip on this one.
No points missed
The other-
on that one. So
The other thing to add in here is that the cut-up is done robotically. So we're not having people go in and do this. So as we're planning for this, it takes a significantly long period of time to ensure that we get all the robotics set up and procure the correct system to go in and actually cut this up using those robotics.
If I can ask what, maybe you can comment also on that in this is very, very critical work as far as the pressurizer and the reactor vessel head. Can you discuss how you have used consultants to help you with this? I think we do have a lot of very good consultants on hand to help us and all that. This is an outside contractor who is doing this. If you can comment on that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. When we first shut down, based on the benchmarking we had done, we knew that it was important to at least have an understanding of what the radiation levels were inside of that vessel. So we brought a company in called WMG, and they did those surveys for us, and they did a study for us to put together the preliminary what it would look like to do that work. So, and this is one of those projects that Energy Solutions has the lead with our support, of course. They've went out to request for proposal to several different vendors to actually do the work. We have chosen Westinghouse to do the vessel segmentation. They have a lot of experience in the industry, even more so in Europe, a lot of vessels that they've done over there. So they understand the processes. So now it's making sure that we're in touch with them as we go through the design and determining the cut and package plan and developing those tools and testing those tools before they're ever brought to site. But yeah, this is very much a specialty vendor project.
Thanks for adding that. I think that's really important for everybody to recognize. Yeah.
Next slide, please. So Director McGuire hinted at this before, and this is the slide that I really wanted to talk about it, so I appreciate that introduction. There are opportunities to improve performance. Everything is not perfect on the project. And when I put these together, the three things to me that really stood out were safety, oversight, and adjusting to the deconstruction environment. I'm going to start with that bottom one first. The question was asked about how many contractors we've had on site, around 250, but ebbs and flows every day. And that has ramped up significantly over just the last 3 months, really, since we finished moving that fuel in June. But it's not just the number of contractors, it's the number of different people that they ultimately work for, right? Because we have several different subcontractors that we've brought on site. And it's the type of work. It's work that we haven't necessarily seen before or don't have a lot of experience with, which is one of the reasons that we have Energy Solutions as our partner. I would call that the triggering event. And then as I move up, the oversight is our barrier. So that's certainly oversight on my part. That's oversight on my management team's part. But it's also oversight in the field, and it's oversight really peer-to-peer coaching, because we still do have 175 or so OPPD employees there that know what our expectations are, know what our culture is. We need to be able to provide that to the people that are coming to help us, because they all want to do a good job. They're coming to help us out. And then safety really is the initiating event, as I would call it. We've seen a decrease in our safety performance, a reduction in safety performance, to the point that we needed to stop the work. So a couple of Thursdays ago, we stopped the work. Mary came out on site. She and I held meetings with everybody that was there that day for two reasons, as I would see it. And I'm going to let Mary talk at the end of this as well, because I know she has insights she wants to share. One was to reinforce that at her level and my level, the thing we cared about the most was safety. And I would throw in the senior management and the board as well. And then everything after that was important, but it wasn't as important as safety. But the other thing we got out of that was an opportunity to hear directly from all those individuals, the comments they had, the suggestions they had, how we could improve site safety performance. And it was a pretty long list. And it's really provided me a good reset and the site a good reset on these are the things that we need to maintain, whether we're an operating plant or a decommissioning plant. So over the last 2 weeks, we've taken a lot of different actions. I'll tell you the one that to me is the most important, or I think will have the most immediate impact, was we sat everybody down again besides the meeting Mary and I had and trained them on our expectations. We made sure that they knew what they were. Any gaps that there were in training that we had identified, we went through those. So about an hour and a half training session with over 400 people so far. And we will continue to do that until we get through everybody that has access to our deconstruction area. That was the big one for me. But we've also put in place new processes to ensure that we've identified clearly who's responsible for communicating to who, when, and how. That if there is an emergency, where people go rally so we can have accountability for everybody and know who is or isn't on site. If there's somebody that we need to go search for. We've put people into new roles with new responsibilities. So we identified our containment coordinator and our yard coordinator. So a person that's going to be available when the work's going on to be that immediate point of contact for questions, to help resolve issues in the field where there's a conflict with space and time, to really just help, if you will. And a simple tool we provided people as well is just a sticker for the hard hat that had different phone numbers on it. If you need help, here are some of the different places you can call and get help. Each one of our projects and our departments went through and updated or improved their safety plans to understand the specific needs with their location, their project, the projects that they were interfacing with, to make sure that they could be conducted safely. We've also done a significant number of walkdowns of the site to identify where we can improve material condition so that it's safe for our employees to go back to work. We had let our housekeeping standards slip, and we had combustible materials in buildings that we didn't need to have there. I showed you the picture of the office of everything cleaned out. Well, we weren't doing that consistently across the site. So an opportunity to go reset our expectations of what we expected to see in the field before work began. As we went through all that, there are a few jobs that we've allowed to go back to work because we think they have the right standards, the right material conditions in their workplace, the right processes in place to work safely. But there's still a few jobs we have not started yet. The working containment to cut up those components, that project is still on hold until I'm convinced that that structure is ready for work and that we've got the right engineering controls in place so that it can be conducted safely. So I'm not proud of what led to our stand down, but I am convinced the site has taken it seriously and that this is a great opportunity for us to really turn around that safety performance and get back on the right path as we go forward in deconstruction. And with that, I'm going to let Mary talk for a minute.
Thank you, Tim. As Tim, spoke about, there have been a multitude of actions that were taken. Many of them very simple things, and I just want to go back, remind those board members that when we went into decommissioning in 2016, it was a big shift. It was a shift to go from an operating plant to a decommissioning plant, and what that meant. As you go through the stages of decommissioning and you get to the stage where we are now, we're making another big shift. And this big shift is going from moving fuel, having that nuclear focus, making sure that there's safety around the pool and everything that went along with that, and moving it over to the ISFSI, getting it put into the ISFSI. And then you move into deconstruction. And that is a big shift again. And I think the site lost track of the fact that we had so many contractors coming in to help us with our work, and that their standards were not our standards. And I think we fell down in not communicating our standards to them. So simple things like when you're on our site, you use a handrail going up and down the stairs. When you're on our site and you want to back up a vehicle, we have a spotter. So it was very simple, but we did not clearly communicate our expectations to the contractors that are on site. And that's what led to, I believe, the issues that we've had at Fort Calhoun. I want to reiterate for the public that I think what we've seen up there are really minor issues in terms of safety. Yes, we've had situations that we should not have had, but stopping the work, taking a step back, getting refocused, resetting everyone with those expectations was the right thing to do. And I believe that the site now has the right communication path, the right training, consistent with what our nuclear goals and objectives have been the entire time that Fort Calhoun has been operating. So I think the site has really done a good job in taking this pause and resetting our focus on safety.
Questions? We'll go to the next slide. Around to what I think are some of the successes, and I list safety first, and no, I didn't forget what we just talked about. But there are some good safety performances that I think are worthy of discussion. We haven't had a DART injury for one of our OPPD employees since 2018. Our Radiation Protection Department just went past 2,000 days with no injury events. So we know how to work safely. It's just making sure that we transfer that knowledge to everybody else that's working on site. We've also gone through 4 years of decommissioning now with no challenges to environmental, nuclear, or radiological safety. So those are all price of admission things, but certainly things worthy of note. Then as we talk about schedule, the critical path does remain on track for license termination, which goes through that reactor vessel segmentation. And from a cost standpoint, our end of year costs are projected to be under budget, which would make the 4th straight year that we will have accomplished that. We could go one more slide. And then I just wanted to recognize on a broader level, the support that we get from across the district is just astronomical. I couldn't possibly lay it out in the slides because this would go on for another 20 minutes. But appreciate that. Cannot tell you how much support we get and just how great it is to be part of that broader team. And the second one I have listed there is that expanding project management skills across the district. And that really comes in a couple of points. As we've given project management training up at the site, we've had folks from around the district come and be part of that. But we've also have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, a good number of former Fort Calhoun project managers that are now elsewhere in the district doing a similar role, which falls right in the next one, that embracing new roles across the district and at FCS. If I take the across the district first, there's been over 100 people that were at Fort Calhoun at the shutdown that have now gone out into roles throughout the district. So great opportunity for them to get out, learn something new, take some of the things they'd learned at Fort Calhoun over the years and make a stronger district. And then new roles at FCS, it is changing every day. Titles don't always match exactly what you're doing anymore, but the willingness of people to step up and learn new things and take on new responsibilities continues to impress me. And then the integrated OPPD Energy Solutions Project team continue to be just ecstatic with the support we get from Energy Solutions. Can always continue to get better around the communication piece, but truly our teams are working together and learning from each other, and we'll be better together for it. And then the last one, once again, due to COVID, we had to make a switch. When we did have our layoff, we had a great career transition experience planned. That would have been an in-person experience. Last minute, we needed to shift that over to a virtual experience. Of the people that participated in that, the feedback that we got was positive on the attributes that the company provided and the things that they were able to take out of that experience. And that is, if I remember right, my
Tim,
last, yes.
I'm going to pause here. Tim's being humble, but I want to make sure that we recognize the project team that is up there from OPPD. They have been very resilient and very focused on ensuring that this project goes well. And so that's another performance success that we need to recognize at this time. So thank you, Tim, for your leadership and for everything that you do up there.
Thanks, Mary. I believe that is our last slide. So if there's any further questions, I see Director McGuire's got her hand up.
Yeah, kudos. You know, it's interesting. There's so much that is going on within the entire district. It's sort of like we don't talk about Fort Calhoun as much. I really appreciate this this presentation. I wonder if you can just reiterate, either Mary or either Javier, when we made the decision to go from decommissioning to deconstruction, the savings that we are going to have. And it looks like we're still under budget. We might even have more savings. But I just, as far as when we made that initial decision, if you can just reiterate for the public how much money we are saving by doing that.
Yeah, we estimated at the time that making the change from safe store to deconstruction at this time would save approximately $200 million over the life of the project.
That's great. Thank you. I just want to reiterate that, and we're under budget right now, so this is great. But the next year is going to be the big year, I think. The really critical year if you look at it, and I think we've got the right team on hand, and it's good that we did have that a wake-up call as far as culture right now before we really begin all the rest. So thank you very much, Tim, for all your work and your entire team's work. It's really great.
Thank you.
Director McGuire, if I may add, in addition to the savings, which is really, really important for our customer owners, this is very timely because next week I'm going to be speaking to a group of investors as part of the JP Morgan Utility Conference that they have every year. And I'm going to talk about this project. And I'm going to talk about this project not only in terms of savings that you just mentioned, but really, really important in terms of risk reduction.
Right.
And it's the amount of work that's happened so far, which is providing certainty for the district, is providing certainty for funding for the ratepayers, and I don't want to skip that really important piece. Not only is this project providing savings to ratepayers, to our customer owners, but also the certainty that we're completing a lot of work that otherwise would have been completed in the next 30, 40 years. And who knows what happens with the world? Who knows what happens with regulations and inflation and costs? And we're achieving all of that work done now, removing a big portion of that uncertainty for our customer owners. So I wanted to just touch on that piece. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Moody?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. First, I want to thank you for including opportunities. I think we tend to kind of quickly really get focused on how great things are, and things are great, no question about it. But I really appreciate the fact in which we kind of look right in the mirror and say we got some things we could do better. That's fantastic, and I know that you guys do that already. I appreciate the fact that we're sharing that in a public setting, and I know that we're learning from it and applying those learnings across the district. So thank you for doing that. To me, it's striking. I think Ann is right. 2021 is a big year. What's striking about that is we just got done moving fuel, and we're talking about how big next year is going to be, right? So it's just 1 year after the next of exceptional work happening up there. So again, no question. I just wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing. The entire team is doing a phenomenal job, and I appreciate this update. It's really helpful for us to see what's going on. So well done.
Thank you. Director Gay?
Yeah, hey, no question either, but I just wanted to say, Tim and Mary and the rest of your team, what a great job. This is a great presentation, but what a great job you've all done. And back when the decision was made to have our own folks kind of control our destiny, we're looking very good now thanks to your hard work. And then also just with all this going on with this COVID thing too thrown in there that no one knew was coming is just unbelievable. So thanks to you and your team. The ratepayers sure appreciate it too. So thanks for them too. But it's just phenomenal when you look at this accomplishments you're getting done. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Director McGuire, your hands up.
Yeah. One other comment or else note is that we do have a decommissioning oversight group that, was coming in. They're coming this month. Not only are you looking at this and our people, but we also have the Decommissioning Oversight Committee, which is very important, which I will be attending and look forward to. Thank you.
Thank you.
And yes, Tim, my hand is up.
I might add that those are virtual meetings.
Correct.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, so I can't help but just recognize Tim and the leadership team there, but for all their work in one, the large projects that have been completed to date and the manner in which they've done them, but all employees out there that have been so committed to get this work done safely, economically, on time, on schedule. In some cases, this is not heard of in the industry to be able to do this. And this team has done that incredibly well. And it speaks to Mary and Tim's leadership, but also speaks to the hard work and the dedication of the men and women, not just at Fort Calhoun, but across the district that help support that in so many different ways. And we have done that. We have had folks from substation and T&D and other parts of the organization to support that. So just a kudos to all, and great recognition of the things we need to do to improve in preparation for 2021. So Tim, congrats to you, and Mary to you as well. So keep up the great work, and it will be a big year next year.
Thank you.
And that concludes my report, Director Malhoff.
Thank you so much, Mary. And once again, kudos to the team at Fort Calhoun Station and everyone in OPPD who supports their work up there. So thank you very much. And I believe that ends the System Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee report.
Thank you, Director Molhoff. Well done. Okay, so as I mentioned in the chat, we are going to take a 5-minute break right now, and then we're going to knock out at least the first PI or the first 2 PI items, the chair report and then the legislative resolution. And then we'll take lunch, and then maybe that will ease the afternoon a little bit, make it a little bit shorter for us. So you got 5 minutes. We'll come back at 11:15 and we'll start PI.
Hey, Brent, this is Julie Comstock. I just wanted to make sure my sound is working okay now.
I think you sound fine, Julie.
Hey, Julie.
Thank you. Brent must have taken his break.
No, I was double muted. I apologize. I unmuted my headset, but didn't unmute myself in WebEx. No, you sound great. Thank you, Julie.
Hey, Brent, can you talk me through what it is I'm supposed to do to make sure my password doesn't show up? Or
let me take a look at that with you. I'm not sure
every time I touched it, it kept advancing slides.
Right. Yep. Nope. That's kind of what. If you click on the PowerPoint icon, please, on that taskbar, and then click on the PowerPoint slideshow option. The third
This
from
one?
the. Yep. Click that. Oh, I should have hidden it as well. Interesting. Okay, give me one moment here. I'll start a remote session with you. I'm not sure why it's doing that.
Hey, Brent, while you're doing this, is Lisa. I'm doing a sound check.
Yes, Lisa, you sound great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well.
I'm running down the hall very quickly. I'll be
Okay, sounds
right
good.
back, FYI.
I think I got it to cooperate, so we should be all set.
Thank you, Brent.
Yep, that was strange, but it should be hidden now. So.
Apologies, I'm running late. I was drawing a moose for a kindergartner. Okay. Let's do some PI work. Director Yoder, go right ahead, sir.
Please share that draft. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well. But thank you very much for the handoff. It's okay. I was a little bit late as well. Mo, do you have the agenda for our meeting on October 6th? Thank you. So I'll skip that first item. We're going to go into it in just a second. The economic development monitoring report was swift. It had been scheduled for this month. There are reasons for putting it off for another month. And so we expect a glowing and wonderful economic development monitoring report in November. So I'm looking forward to that. The legislative and regulatory update, there were two items I asked specifically about. One was the passage of House Resolution 4447. It was kind of a bundled together energy bill. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to Lisa's team and Tim's team for helping educate our congressman. We had 2 votes in favor of that 4447, and I'm thankful for that. Now it's over to the Senate, and who knows what or whether anything will happen there. But I just wanted to thank folks for making sure that that this bill made it out of the House. So good job there. And then the second element was FERC Order 2222, which it just passed, and it's a bit of a game changer, or it just was promulgated rather. It's a bit of a game changer. I asked Lisa's team, so Joe Lang gave us kind of an initial overview of what it meant. It's really too early to dive deep into the weeds there because so much of the implementation of that order has yet to happen, and will happen a little bit differentially, I guess, with the different RTOs. But I was very thankful to get that information out in committee, and it's useful. It will no doubt have some impact on how OPPD chooses its business models for the next 30 years. So I look forward to getting updates on that. I see a couple of questions. Hang on. You know, it was Director Williams, you asked if the FERC 2222 update can be shared with other board members. Again, I think it's a little early, but maybe we can ask Lisa's team to give us a bit of a summary in the next director's update.
That is exactly the game plan. So thank you, Director Yoder.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the question. Okay, so we'll hear about customer trends in a little bit. Let's move into BL9 and actually the legislative resolution. We had a good discussion once again on a new version of the legislative resolution draft. First it was a final draft, and now it's a final draft. I did share with Ms. Olson her repeated admonition that things change often in this arena, and so I just wanted to share that was something. But I must say I'm pretty happy with the draft that we have today. It's been responsive to Ms. Olson's team. It's been responsive to distinct comments from different directors, and we've made changes, and I think we still end up with what was intended at the outset. And what was intended at the outset was this delegation of authority in BL9 recognizes first that it is the board's responsibility, and that BL9 delegates the actions on that to the CEO, and that there have been there's an opportunity for clarifying what the board's intent is beyond what is shared with the SDs. And so I think this does that. And I will say that in the discussion that we had in the PI committee, the biggest concern I heard about this is that we not tie the hands of Ms. Olson's team and in their actions in the different venues where they're influencing legislation. And I don't think we get that in this language, but that was the biggest concern. How will it be carried out? What would be the consequences if there's some misunderstanding? And I think we've just tried to clarify our position on specific items, and that creates a greater sense of understanding for Lisa's team than what they might have had where there's broader language in the SDs. So there you go. That's my summary of what's happened. What I would ask is that other board members share their comments, their questions, and I am hoping that we can move this on to an action agenda for tomorrow's meeting. So I'm looking now to see if there are any hands raised, but first I will invite members of the PI committee to make comments. Ms. McGuire?
Yeah, first of all, the 4 items that we have as far as support, I am fully in support of. What I really am worried about is, and concerned about, is I don't believe that it rises to the level that we need a resolution for it. The past 6 months, Tim O'Brien and Seth Boyles, they got together. The way this process was, they went and they looked through all the SDs and they itemized the things and where they would stand. And they had a full 1.5-page list of things that OPPD will be supporting in the next year or two, as far as legislative, both at the federal and at the state level. These were 4 out of all of those. These are 4 items that weren't specific. So I'm thinking, okay, we've acknowledged these 4 items. We do want, and we're asking them to look at that. And I don't think it needs to be in a resolution. I think it's going to be confusing to our state legislators and the federal, and also the federal legislators, as why is there only 4 things here in this resolution? What about all the rest? I think it's going to be confusing. I think it sets a very bad precedent as far as making it a resolution. I think it should have been just in the discussion of the committee and then at the board, and to explain to, and to guide them. I don't think, to me, this is a mandate, and it should be, if you want that, it should be up in the SDs. It should not be in a resolution. I think we're going to have multiple resolutions after this, and it's going to be very confusing to what our basic idea of what board policies are. And I've been saying this from the very beginning, and I am complete. I'd like other comments on this, but I think we're going down a path that is going to be more and more resolutions and everything else, rather than just have it stated in the committee and have that discussion. Yes, that's what we're really focusing on. If these are these other things that weren't there before. Thank you.
Director McGuire, thank you so much for your comments. Let me look for other hands here, or other members of the committee there. Director Gay, yes.
Yeah, I'd just say, as a member of the committee speaking, I think you've done a great job as far as trying to work with everybody and make this a broad statement instead of directing Lisa and her team what to do on specific. So I appreciate Director Yoder's hard work on this, and I know he wants to get something done. And I appreciate that. You're going about it the right way. I agree with what Ann's saying too, is, that's for the rest of the board, and maybe not on the committee to decide to, and I'm looking forward to their input. But that's what you have it down to today. Looking at this is broad enough, I think, that allows them to operate without handcuffing them. I'd let maybe Lisa hear what she has to say too. And then the other thing on this is, if it's important that you make a statement, I get it, but they know of all the times, all the makeup of the board, the conversations we have throughout the years, that these things are important to the board. So if you need to put it down on a resolution, that's fine, but I think they know on this anyway. So I'd like to hear what the rest of the board members say about Ann's comments of putting this on paper, the importance of that. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gay. Director Kavanaugh, do you have?
Yeah, thanks, Rick. And echoing Tim's comments, I do appreciate the effort you put in as well. However, as I said from the get-go, I don't think this has been necessary. We have the necessary coverage and the strategic directives, so forth. I don't like the idea. I mean, I can see where this will just get added to and added to and added to as we go down the line. I would prefer to keep the status quo, keep the communications going between our representatives in management and our lobbyists, And if you have concerns, we can discuss them at board meetings. I don't think this is necessary, and I'll be voting no.
Well, thank you, Director Kavanaugh. The prior to going out to the other board members, Lisa, since you're part of that committee too, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, it has been excellent conversation and dialogue. The team has put a lot of effort into it to go through the strategic directives. We do use the SDs a lot with senators and our representatives as we help craft legislation or defend it. So that I will tell you, we use that tool quite a bit. We have talked through, I know that the purpose of this is to provide some clarity between the board and senior management, and understand that. Our concern may be that if other individuals that are lobbying and so forth may misinterpret it and so forth. So I think that it will add an extra step there. But with that being said, the spirit of the resolution is the right thought. And we did red team this as an organization and came up with those thoughts as well. So I look forward to the dialogue with the rest of the board members because it has been a robust conversation in PI.
Well, robust is a good word for it. Okay, Director Mulhoff. Thank you, by the way, VP Olson.
So I'll just be brief here. I do support the idea of having a legislative resolution. I think it adds clarity for maybe some interpretation of the SDs. And so I think that the way that this legislative resolution is written and the intent and even the language, that it's important that we are very clear on what the board wants management to support when it comes to legislation. And especially the first bullet on addressing the climate crisis, I think is something that is not addressed in the SDs, that perhaps in the future it will be added to the SDs, but I think that it's important that we are clear that we support these actions, and that the other three bullets are also provide some clarity on how the board interprets the SDs. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Mulhoff. Directors Kavanaugh and McGuire, I see your hands are still up, but I'm going to come back to those if there's intended to be up. Director Williams?
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate hearing from the committee, and I'm glad to hear there's support for the items that are listed here. I do think these are great bullets and things that we have talked about in the past and that we've expressed in different ways are important to the district. And I appreciate the idea that a legislative resolution would help to clarify some of the discussions that we've had. There have been a couple times when we've talked about this where we've highlighted the benefits of something, of an action like this. Director Gay has mentioned that this would provide some more proactive opportunity for engagement with both state and federal legislative representatives. I think that would be a big accomplishment as well, is to alert before a session starts some of the things that OPPD values and how we might wish to engage in those topics during the original writing or updating and final discussion on bills as they move forward. So I think this would help to address some of the situations that have come up in the past. There was a lengthy discussion at our meetings in early 2019 related to net metering. And so I think by being more proactive about expressing support for net metering and the cost recovery for individuals in the utility, I think that would help in our involvement in that specific topic. I think in the other topics as well, being proactive would help to reduce the amount of time that the PI committee and the board and senior management team need to spend on additional discussions back and forth, and allow the team to carry forward with some of that engagement with the representatives as those issues are brought up for consideration on particular bills. So both being proactive and looking to reduce the back and forth necessary in clarifying what is the intention of the board and in how we're asking senior management to engage in these topics. I think those would be helpful. There are other organizations who follow this path as well, so this is not unprecedented. Even within public power, we've talked before that NPPD does a legislative resolution approval. Outside of public power, I know that the natural resource districts and the Nebraska Association of Resource Districts do an annual conference where they evaluate a legislative resolution, and then each district also independently determines if they support or have a different position on any particular item. That is also intended to specifically be proactive, and so it is the same intention of what I mentioned earlier, that by expressing your values ahead of time, we can let legislators know here's what's important to OPPD, and that's what other organizations do as well. So I appreciate the work here. I do think there might be other topics that aren't included. I know that Director Gay mentioned shortening the list from the previous version. I think this is a great list of things that have come up, things that we can expect legislative action on in the near future, and things that I would support the board expressing to senior management. This is important to us, and we would like to see engagement on these topics. So if there is on whether or not we should move forward a legislative resolution like this, I would support that, and I appreciate the work of the committee to bring it to us today.
Thank you, Director Williams. I see Director Bogner has a hand raised.
Thank you. Also want to express my gratitude for the work that you put into this, Rick, and to getting it to this discussion point today. You know, I think that if there's room for us to improve our SDs to be more clear, I think that we should be taking that action. But in the interim, I think that in order to have the clarity that we see this legislative resolution providing our legislative team, I think that this is a good, I would say, stopgap. And I appreciate, you know, I think that the 4 bullet points that we've whittled the list to are a good starting point. And so what I would challenge us to do is adopt this for interim, and then look at our SDs that relate to these particular items and work to tighten those up over the next year or two, so that maybe in the future we don't need a legislative resolution that that duplicates the effort, if you will. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Director Moody, I guess you're the one we have not yet heard from. Thank you for putting up a hand.
Of course, and thanks for your work on this, Director Yoder. I remember some of the earlier conversations in PI in 2019, trying to figure out whether or not this was something that we needed, right? And if I recall correctly, it goes back to what you described, Director Yoder, and I think Lisa, you echoed the same thing. Does this provide clarity? Is this a way for our strategic directives to be more clearly interpreted for ease of execution on the part of the team that's actually doing the work? Is that the case? Like that to me is really the crux of the issue. Are we adding clarity or not? Yes or no? So that's one question I have. Lisa, I'm interested in your perspective on that. And then the secondary question, based on something you described earlier, is, you know, there's in red teaming it, which I'm really glad that your team did that. There's a concern about some of them being misinterpreted as well. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Sure. Thank you, Director Moody. What we did was we went through and said, okay, kind of the what if scenarios and so forth. And you're right, it at the very beginning, it does give you a pathway. But when you're in the heat of negotiations, right, in terms of legislation and so forth, and who's carrying what bill and so forth, that's where it gets a little muddy, for a lack of better words. And what will happen is, if we negotiate through to say we can support this bill, let's give an example of LIHEAP and so forth, and someone says, well, why didn't you support a net metering bill where you had gone through and said, okay, we need the vote on LIHEAP and so forth. So that's where the negotiation and that it could get a little cloudy. And that's where the concern set. The group said, we have clarity up front. However, when we get into, you know, all of the, what happens down on the rotunda, that's when it can get a little cloudy.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That helps me understand kind of how the misinterpretation might be viewed. That aside, do these 4 bullets add clarity to how you've been interpreting or how the team has been interpreting the strategic directives today?
I would say no, in that regard, because when we have our one-on-ones and so forth, we go through the strategic directives and talk through what they mean and so forth, and what's also important to the constituents and so forth. So we're able to provide some narrative around that through the SDs.
Okay. So just let me try and summarize what I think I understand, which is to say, does it add does this legislative resolution add clarity insofar as how the team interprets the strategic directives? I heard the answer to be no.
Correct.
And then with respect to the alternative, which is, does it make it more complicated or difficult? Do these things get misinterpreted? The answer was yes, right? So my interpretation of those 2 things says to me, and maybe I'm missing something, that it's actually creating more complexity, unintended consequences, and muddying the water.
It could. And
Okay.
that's why we red teamed it and so forth. And so I put my biases aside and asked the team, because they're on the front lines with it. And they said it could, at the end, somebody could come up and say, well, why didn't you support my bill if it's in your resolution?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've never been in the state legislature, so I can't really speak to, but having been on the PI committee a couple times and now as chair of the board, we've had many conversations in the heat of the moment where, you know, things are getting added, things are getting pulled out, negotiation is occurring, all of a sudden becomes a Christmas tree. Like that flexibility, as Director Gay pointed out, is absolutely critical to give your team the ability to productively engage in that process so as to achieve the outcomes that we want. It's a little concerning to me to think about a legislative resolution making that harder rather than easier. My hope in this all along was that, you know, like this goes back to some workshops that we've had where I've had a couple concerns with respect to different interpretations of strategic directives. And my hope was that a legislative resolution, the resolution would alleviate some of those misinterpretations where I'm seeing it this way and others are seeing it this way, and I was hoping that this would get us closer. So that is, I mean, then I guess I'm sort of stuck in I'm trying to figure out what's the outcome here. What by doing this, if it's not adding clarity, if it's in fact making it harder. I understand what the intent originally was, but if that's not in fact what we're achieving, then I'm a little bit worried about getting this done. The bullets themselves, okay, great. I totally agree with them, but I want to make sure that we as a board are adding value to the process and making work clearer, easier, more straightforward. And I guess I've concerns about whether or not that's happening.
So Director Moody, may I have the team or the board entertain, could this be part of our legislative agenda? So that as we start, we're planning for the upcoming session and so forth. So this would be part of our legislative agenda as we talk to senators and so forth, to find out what's on their minds and what's on their agendas as well, to find out where we could provide support and leadership for legislative amendments or new bills.
Well, if I could chime in. So I think that would happen whether the legislative, even if the legislative resolution went forward, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So you're suggesting that the resolution not be put forward and just go with the agenda. So if two things, one, I'm hearing different expectations about what the passage of a legislative resolution would mean based on our own experiences, our own understandings of what things are, but they are indeed projections. We don't know for certain. We both have our desires. I mean, both of our desires are the same, to communicate better and to make sure that that what happens on the rotunda is what is desired by the board. But we don't know. We don't know because it's a new tool. And so I think with the few bullets that we have, everyone seems to be comfortable with those. Let us go ahead and move it forward, use the tool, and then find out if the concerns become realized. It could be, as Director Williams pointed out, an advantage that helps spur more proactive, helps telegraph the board's desires. For me, the desire was that this language, if it's not clarification, it should at least help highlight trade-offs that Lisa's staff have to discuss between the SDs. So is it more affordability or more environment? Is it more reliability or is it more affordability? I'm not sure that these do that necessarily, but I think there are hints of that in there, and I'm happy to discuss some of those if you want. But that's the purpose of the resolution, to help provide clarity when you are doing trade-offs, which you almost always have to do at the unicamera. And it is a tool that, let's give it a shot, I would argue, and see if it is constrictive or if it is helpful. Because right now we don't know, we won't know until we try it out. Okay, I interrupted you, Director Moody. Do you want to finish? And then I see we have other hands.
Yeah, well, let me just throw out on what you just described, Director Yoder, because as one of you fine people pointed out, others are using these tools, right, in other capacities, and I believe we've had conversations with them. What have we learned from those conversations about how these tools are used and applied, and whether or not they're a value add? Have we learned anything from those conversations about how it might work?
I can't speak for the NRDs. My understanding from the board members I know at NPPD is they've found it to be valuable, yes. Do I have a specific example? No.
Well, so that's board members. What about staff at NPPD in that case? Or any other example, I guess I'm looking for. We're not first to do this, so what have we learned?
Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, yes, and I was just going to say, do the other organizations have SDs as their guiding principles and so forth? So and I know that MPPD is working on that, so it will be interesting then how that works with their resolution, so forth. So that really has been their guiding force, really, for their legislative agendas and so forth. So I'm not familiar with that, with people that have SDs, because that's what we're using. So, but
I know with NPPD, I mean, they are different in that they have wholesale customers that are also interested to see what NPPD is looking at from a legislative kind of framework as well. And so, I can't speak to their board's feedback on it, but I would say it really matches kind of the Nebraska Power Association, which is a accumulation of a variety of utilities that kind of say, hey, here's our legislative kind of principles as they speak to it. I don't think anyone has disagreed with these 4 bullets. It just what I would say in my conversation with Eric Douglas one of the things that he and actually Bill, who used to be on the SMUD board, really kind of raised a concern to us is that he'd be really careful about governing by resolution, so to speak. And those things that should be governed by resolution should really be part of SD related work. So that's their feedback and perspective. The example that I will give you that I think Lisa's team was kind of talking about where we get in this tug and pull a little bit is that on the bill last year about supporting a climate change study in the state of Nebraska, we weren't opposed to doing a climate state bill in Nebraska. What we were opposed to and took a not a support role, but I don't think we opposed it necessarily. I think we were in the middle of the road, if I'm not mistaken, but Lisa's team can remind me of that, were the two elements of public power was not part of the study, to be part of the table, to be included in that resolution study. And two, it was some funding or a funding mechanism that essentially is really intended to be used for, you know, environmental related, service related work, and utilities have in the state have the access to do that. Those were the two principles that we were not supportive of. And so the tug and pull is, you know, the public sees these written and said, well, you ought to support that based on your legislative resolution. And fundamentally, yes, but there are these other elements that are in the bill that would make us take a position counter to that. So I think as long as we have those understandings in place, you know, those things are going to happen regardless of the clarity of these legislative resolutions. And then I would just say, you know, I was asked this question, and if this gives more clarity to the board, then that's fine. Again, from my perspective, I think the SDs speak to that clarity and the balancing that we do all day long. But again, I think this is a board discussion on whether it creates value for you.
So I know Director Williams has had his hand up for a bit. Thank you, Mr. Burke, for your perspective. Director Williams.
We've talked about the balance of SDs and a specific resolution related to legislative engagement. I guess I would be concerned that the level of detail that's described here and the frequency with which topics that are expected to come up either at the state or the federal level, the frequency with which those change, and the speed that we've talked about with which the details of those topics change, I feel like that's going to be something that's hard to address with specific language in an SD. We've talked about how we express our desires to legislators. And so today we're talking about this, and there are 4 bullet points on the screen, but I would be extremely surprised if anyone at the legislature were ever aware of our conversation here directly or my personal expression that I support these 4 bullet points if there isn't an official action that says this is something that I support. I know that staff carries out that engagement, but it's important to me that we make it clear that this is something, these are 4 bullet points I support, and since they are not written in the strategic directives, I'm concerned that there isn't a clear expression of some of those values that is carried forward as we engage with others. So I think that the idea of a legislative resolution helping to clarify that is important. And if there's, I'm confused by the idea that by working through bullet points with the amount of time that board members on the PI committee and the SMT members have put into this, I'm confused why the language might still be interpreted as providing less clarity instead of more clarity. I understand that there could be some, I guess, sorry, I'm going to take that back. I'm confused, provide less clarity rather than more clarity. And I do feel it's important that we express clearly some of the things that are that the board would like to see. One specific example, we've talked about our work on decarbonization, and that the from last year, the statewide renewable energy standard was not something that was in line with the objectives of OPPD, but that a clean energy standard or a similar type of action at the state level would be more in line with what OPPD has done internally, and we would like to see at the state level. but there was no official expression of that position by the board. And as far as I know, there has been no engagement on that topic since. And so by clarifying here that efficient means for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and addressing the climate crisis, I feel that that would help us to clarify our position of desiring something like a clean energy standard at the state level to support the work that we have reflected internally in our strategic directives. So I feel like this is a step toward additional clarity, and I guess I'm not seeing how it provides less clarity in our engagement in the future.
Director McGuire, you have your hand up.
Yeah, well, I totally agree that this provides clarity, but I think we have to also look at all of the other legislature, everything else that is on the legislative agenda for Lisa's group. We have a large group. Why don't we just add this, as Lisa said, to their legislative work plan to look at and to add to? Every year in the legislative, in the PI committee, they bring what their plan is, what they think the bullet points are. Why don't we just, list this? If we want, we can put it on OPPD Connect, what we are doing right now and what our priorities are as far as legislative agendas and that type of thing. I just don't believe that we should be putting this in a resolution. I think it should be placed in Lisa's group, in their work plan as far as priorities. And maybe what the thing is that we need to maybe communicate that better with the public and with the directors and point that out with that, rather than put it in a specific legislative resolution. And that might be the best compromise to this.
Can I ask what would be the difference in implementation of whether or not a resolution is passed or if it was included in a work plan, which we convey publicly? I guess I don't fully understand how one of those or the other might be carried forward from our organization as we engage with others. Someone on staff could clarify whether, if it's not an official resolution, if it is an approved legislative engagement work plan that we share with the public. I guess can someone help me understand the difference between those two?
How we look at it is it's like I said, we use it as our agenda items and so forth. The resolution is something that all of you will have to vote on. So it's unity of control, correct? So if you feel like the resolution is the path that you want to take, like I said, we'll utilize it. It's just that it's just going to be and maybe we do it for a year and see how it goes. Like I said, it just is concerning that we don't know what we don't know, right? So
the difference then?
The difference between the resolution is that it is just more of a formal document than the work plan agenda.
Could it be interpreted as a mandate? That's the problem by other people. That's what I'm concerned about too.
So I can, Seth, would you like to talk through since you're on the floor of the rotunda?
So, and if he does, that's fine. Go ahead, Seth. And then I see Director Moody has a hand up again. Mr. Boyles?
I'm promoting Seth to panelist right now.
Thank you.
Seth, you should be good to go.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so when it comes down to either a resolution or a work plan, and by the way, thank you for allowing me to answer these. We're going to give our positions no matter what it is, if it's in an IRP, if it's in a work document, a work plan, a formal position paper we write up, whatever it is, we're going to convey those positions to all the elected officials that are out there, regardless of whatever it comes on. For some of us, for some of the issues that we're going to have, though, is that if we're in there and we're locked in, it's going to be the interpretation of how the public sees some of these bullets. And then they try to use those to pressure us to do something instead of, because for us right now, we tell you guys everything in advance As soon as we hear it, we tell you guys, either it's through an email that Lisa sends to the PI committee or to the whole board in director's update. As soon as we hear it, it's usually very quickly out to you guys, so you guys know what we're looking at. We make recommendations, we have those discussions. So, you know, throughout the entire time, I think we've done a good job on that. Using one of the examples from Director Williams, when net metering came up, when we went through that, we had robust discussions with the PI committee, the board, senior management that we've never done before. And I think that was very helpful in getting us to where we were, to where everyone was at least comfortable with what it was, because we were kind of working on the fly of that. We won't stop doing that either. I mean, we're going to go forward and do these things the same way we're going to do.
Thank you.
That helps.
Thank you, Mr. Boyles. Director Moody.
Yep. Couple comments. One is, you know, we're obviously the bulk of the work, and I think what we're discussing right now is really about the legislature. But you know, and maybe this is my second point. I'll get to it, but is this just as much for other entities, that more so than, you know, those who we work with most closely down in the unicameral, right? Like our federal delegation, our local county. I mean, we just had an earlier conversation in closed session, so I'm not going to talk about that in detail, but the importance of developing relationships with other elected and appointed officials. And I think a lot of that stuff has to do with, you know, some building that relationship and walking them through things and really making sure that they understand. I'm not sure, again, like my question really is not for discussion, I don't think now, but does a resolution provide more clarity to, you know, the city council elected officials and all of the municipalities that we deal with, and the county commissioners and those on the NRD boards and all of those folks? I'm not sure if this adds clarity to those and makes that work easier or harder. So that's one. Two is, I'm not counting votes. I'm not counting votes here. But I think we also need to think about like what is the public perception of a resolution that doesn't pass 8-0? Does that mean that anyone voted against it is opposed to the bullets? They're opposed to the whole, like, I think playing that all the way out also creates more complication, confusion, and so that's at least in the back of my mind a little bit. And I guess the last point that I would make is just I from a process standpoint, I don't see us getting there today. And I definitely don't, I'm not comfortable with this being on the agenda for approval tomorrow. I'm not going to get comfortable with that. So from a process standpoint, I don't know that it needs to go back to PI either. I'm trying to figure out and think through what the next steps are. I know that PI has talked about this 10 ways to Sunday, right? The robust conversation. So I'm not sure that's it. But at the very least, in my view, it's not ready for prime time. It's not ready for us to vote on it tomorrow.
Thank you for your comment, Director Moody. Director Gay had a hand up.
Yeah, no, if we're not taking any action immediately, I'm not going to comment. We've talked enough about this, but I'll talk offline to anybody who wants to talk, but I'm good. Thanks.
Seems like there are two people who, and we're not counting votes, but we're trying to figure out whether it's going to agenda or not for tomorrow. Other people want to comment? Okay. Director Moody, did you want to hear, it won't take long, to hear the customer update, or did you want to go to lunch?
I think it's lunchtime. So let's close that loop on the first conversation first. So it's my interpretation that clearly we don't have consensus on this. I also don't know what, I'm struggling to try and understand other than finishing the conversation and moving on, which I think there's merit to, right? I don't know what the need is to vote on it immediately tomorrow is. So even if, in my view, what I think we need to do, and correct me if I'm wrong from a policy standpoint, but any director has the ability to put anything on the agenda. So that's out there. But from the standpoint of agenda planning, I got it correct from Scott. Okay, so I don't know what the next steps are on this, but I think we need to have some offline conversation. I see Eric's hand is up. Why don't you go ahead, Eric?
Yeah, following on the next steps, I mean, the legislative sessions begin, in Nebraska in January. And so if it's not on the agenda tomorrow, I am curious alternate steps we might take, as we talked about, or as the management team, how else might we clarify proactively our positions on issues that we expect to come up in the legislature, or where we think some work might be beneficial. If it's not a legislative resolution, what other steps might be taken so that by the time we get to January, we are not only reactive to bills introduced by others, but we can express our values before the session starts.
I think Lisa talked about that, Director Williams, and that she would make that part of the legislative agenda, share that with the PI committee, legislation. This would be part of the conversation, as well as if we know there's legislation that may be coming, to really develop kind of our positions around that as well. Rather than making a resolution, these would be the principles, so to speak, that we would kind of, play into on the legislative work that she's doing and on the legislative agenda that her and her team work on. So that would be to me, it's like a triumph of technique over purpose. I think the technique concern is, do you want to govern by resolution? The point I think you're making is, how can you take these 4 elements and incorporate them into our legislative annual review and discussion and understand? And I think you can do that through kind of a legislative initiative that the team can put together to the in front of the PI committee to say, hey, these are the principles that we're going to move forward with in the 2021 legislative session. Now, there may be other things that pop up during the course of the year, and we can kind of create those as well on what positions we'll support and not support and why. So again, this is not meant to be exhaustive. I appreciate that, but that's how I would say it could modify relative to resolution.
So if I could offer a counterpoint there, then you have the PI committee at best providing that direction, or PI committee out to full committee. You get a sense of what's happening, or you could just get a bulldog PI committee chair, trying to represent unity of control. So the legislative resolution does give you unity of control. Director Molhoff, you do have a hand up.
I do. And, if somehow this legislative resolution, not to be codified in the work plan, but certainly some kind of recognition in the work plan that these 4 bullets have some kind of priority in that work plan. And so this whole discussion is about making sure that that work plan reflects the board's, or at least the board's interpretation of where we need to go. And so, if these 4 bullets can be incorporated into a work plan, I'm okay with that. But I just want to make sure that there is some making sure that these 4 bullets are given some priority when we engage our state and federal representatives. So sorry, that was kind of roundabout, but
I think you got there.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the quick process for work plan?
we're working on it right now. In fact, we're the team's getting together. Unfortunately, we've been doing Power with Purpose, so and doing our outreach there. So, but it is on our agenda to work on during the next couple weeks. And we do meet on a weekly basis to discuss. So we'll be coming back to PI in the November timeframe with that work plan.
Great. So that answers your question in the chat, Eric. Okay. Well, I mean, real quickly, I think, Tim, the words you used is purpose over technique, right? So to me, I think there's been no debate or discussion. We're not arguing about the bullets. We're arguing about the merit of a resolution and what its intent. And so, like, in terms of sending an informal signal on the part of the board, there seems to be a pretty healthy level of unity or unity control around like those bullets, right? So I think, to me, it sends the right signal towards what that work plan might look like and what it might include, which again, maybe achieves the purpose without having the technique that we were originally imagining.
Okay.
Okay.
Good summary.
Thank you. Summary of committee direction, right? Okay. Good discussion. I think one of the things that Director Yoder mentioned to me several months ago when we were first starting to work on this was the importance of having the discussion. I think that as an outcome is really helpful, right? Like we got a lot of clarity around some of these things that we're really imagining. Whether or not we ended up at the place where we thought we were going to, I'm sort of setting that aside. I think the fact that we've had this discussion, I think, is really important. So now let's eat. Okay, I've got 12:10, so let's take a 30-minute break. We will reconvene at 12:40 and finish out PI. Thanks everybody. Okay, I've got 1240. Who's here? Here they come.
I'm right here.
I'm back.
Okay. You. Okay. Let's get this party started. Director Yoder, we're still in PI.
Yeah, we still have a little bit more. Well, I'm just going to turn it right over to VP Comstock. So I should have checked to see if she's here first.
She is.
I am. Good afternoon, everyone. So today, our briefing will be a little bit briefer than what we've had in the past. Things are still looking pretty good in terms of the work that we've been doing with our customers. And so I just appreciate the time that you have allotted today to just remind folks what we are doing and the impact that it's having, and to, you know, have the opportunity for, if board members have any questions about the great work that's being done by the team. So this first slide that you see here really is just put in here as a reminder for those that may go to the board materials of the current offerings that we do have in place, continuing to offer more flexible options for our customers, and to also recognize that we do monitor and adjust these and as we need to, you know, based on, I'll say, the seasonality now that this COVID situation is moving into yet a couple new seasons here as we enter the fall, and then we'll be entering the winter. The team is planning ahead for what that will look like once we hit the cold weather moratorium, and how we can continue to connect with our customers who are still struggling to pay their bills during that time. So just want to recognize the customer service team, whether they're in the field or in the office. Again, they have a very difficult job, but they've been doing a fantastic job of embracing a more consultative approach with our customers to make sure that they're aware of the different options that are available to them. Donna Miner, who is the manager of our customer operations area, and Stacy Bryant, who manages our customer contact center that fields all the calls and emails that come in from customers. Their teams had just been doing a great job of working with the customers, and then thinking ahead, like I said, planning how we're going to approach the collections during the winter period. And so we'll continue to do some proactive outreach to customers during that time frame, and we'll share more about that as we move forward. I do want to recognize, though, as you know, we are making some proactive calls, and which is typically not how we've done it. We've typically knocked on the door, right, for our customers. But as we start to rely on calls, want to recognize that there are a lot of scammers out there, and they continue to get more and more creative. And so this is an area where the team, both in the customer service area, corporate communications, and then the business technology team, have worked closely together to make sure that we are able to shut down scammers that we become aware of. And so I mention this because over the past couple weeks, we've had a few days where each of those days we ended up with more than 150 customer calls, and letting us know that they had been contacted by a scammer, and they keep changing their tactics. And so the more we talk about it in the public, we're hoping that customers are aware if they get a call that seems suspicious, or if they get a call from OPPD, someone saying that they're from OPPD, they may be able to make it look like it's from OPPD, but we will not demand a payment over the phone. We would not ask customers to go to a quick shop or a retail establishment and purchase a payment card or Bitcoins to pay their electric bill. So we would just ask that customers hang up and contact customer service based on the phone number that is printed on their bill from OPPD to make sure that they are in fact speaking with OPPD. So our team works quickly, Nitty Gambier, his team monitors for these calls and quickly notifies corporate communications. Jody Baker gets news releases out. We're doing social media, make sure customers are aware that these scammers are out and about. And the greatest thing that we can do, which is if the customer tells us the scammer's phone number, we're able to use a service that can shut down those telephone numbers and discontinue those scam calls. And so that's been a really effective means to kind of shut down the scammers. But it does create 150 calls is about 10% over what our normal are. On an average day, we take about 1,500 calls. So you can imagine it creates a bit of a workload that we don't really need at this point in time, as we want to serve our customers who are really struggling to pay their bills. So if we go on to the next slide, these numbers are continuing to look good and steady. The only one I wanted to comment on today is that first row, the percent of accounts that are current, and particularly the residential one. And so this number had stayed relatively steady over the course of this COVID situation since the March timeframe. In September, it dropped 2 percentage points. And so we're monitoring to see what that's about. We do believe it's because of a policy change that we made on our end in terms of when we send disconnect notices. And so at the end of August, we changed the threshold from past due amounts over $100 to be over $200 before we would send that disconnect notice. And so we believe that the behavior may have changed. If they didn't get the disconnect notice, then they didn't get it paid within the first 30 days. So we'll monitor the debt as we go through October and see how that changes in the future. But other than that, you can see on that fourth row where our over 91 days debt is continuing to decrease. And so the measures we've put in place and the assistance that we're able to connect customers to is helping them manage the debt. If we go to the next slide, this provides, again, the summary of the energy assistance that has been applied to our customers' accounts year to date through September in that first column in that upper chart. And so you can see in total, there's been $5.9 million that has been applied to our customers' behalf by a variety of agencies. And I added to this on the very right hand side of that chart what our year-to-date amount was for 2019. So you can see that through the end of September, we have applied relatively the same amount that was applied for all of 2019 on our customers' accounts. And so we anticipate with the CARES dollars, obviously, that's going to continue to be the case. And so then on speaking of the CARES Act, over on the very right side, that chart shows you that through the middle of last week, that over $500,000 had been granted to our customers' accounts through the CARES Act, whether it was through the Douglas County or through the funds made available through the state of Nebraska. And so at that point in time, over 4,000 customers had applied for the grants, and about half of that amount had received the grants. So that is the update that I have, and I will just leave it open now for if there's any questions that you all may have.
There is a question, Director Moody.
Yep, sorry, I dropped it in the chat, but I'll just repeat it for the team. Maybe I'm missing something, but it was my understanding that in order to be eligible for maybe LIHEAP assistance, it required a disconnect notice. Am I getting that right?
Actually, I believe it's the state crisis payments. LIHEAP is an annual enrollment process that the customer has to go through.
Okay.
And actually, once they've been enrolled, I believe it automatically evaluates if they're qualified for the subsequent year.
Okay.
But it's the crisis payments that it would require. So the disconnect notice. So I would say the people that this is impacting are a lot of customers who don't pay by the due date, or maybe they don't pay at the time that their next bill generates, but they typically are paying it before we would ever go to the field. So it's more a timing of the payment and maybe not a lack of funds available. Is the customers that it would be impacting. And just to give you some perspective, it decreased the amount of disconnect notices being generated by 50%. So it went from about 35,000 for September timeframe of previous years down to about 17 or 18,000 in 2020.
Okay, so end result is really where I was going was we're not creating, and I'm by no means suggesting that we should be sending out disconnect notices liberally, right? But like I was worried that by not having them, it was eliminating a certain population of people from getting help. But it doesn't sound like that's the case. Is that right?
Yes, I do not believe it will eliminate them from getting help.
Okay, thank you.
At the point that we would be taking action on it, they'll have the disconnect notice in hand. This really aligns the notice process to better represent when we would go to the field to collect from a customer or disconnect the service.
Okay, thank you, Director Moody. Director Williams.
If we can jump back to the last slide, percentage of accounts and the dollar balances there. Yeah, so we talked about the top line and the potential change in policy being reflected in the percentage of accounts current. And then I don't know if that also impacted the percentage of accounts in arrears. But then the other question was down the line below that. You mentioned the decrease in the debt 91 plus days, but you see an increase compared to last year or even compared to last month in the 30 days. Do we expect that 30 days will move to 90 days, or do we have any idea if this is an indicator of a future situation that we need to be aware of right now?
Yeah, that's a great question, Director Williams. The greater than 30-day debt can fluctuate quite a bit. Part of it due to seasonality and the, whether it's a summertime bill moving into the over 31, that can change that amount by a significant amount. In this case, again, because we saw that 2% dip on people that are current, it's likely those customers that have shifted into the 31 plus because they didn't get their bill paid within a 30-day period. So I think when I say we're going to monitor, it'll be to see if those customers then slip into 61 plus. What I would anticipate based on past payment behaviors is that they'll pay it this month, right? Before or when they receive a disconnect notice, they're going to get it paid before we would be out to actually collect. And so you would see that come back down.
So you mentioned 61. I see 30 and 90 on the chart. Is there a monitoring stage internally at 60 so that we can see if this is getting corrected on the second month, or will we not really find out until we get past 90 and 1.1 jumps back up again? That would be, so I assume there's some more proactive internal mechanisms to recognize.
Yeah, my team is monitoring it kind of through all of those stages. So it's really, I tried to, in order to keep it kind of simple and straightforward, it's the 91 plus, and that's really where our focus is right now, is making sure that we're, focused on the oldest and highest debt first. And so the 91 plus is where we're at today for the most part.
And then, sorry, last question here, but people in either of those categories, are we doing an additional kind of proactive step related to the additional assistance that might be available to people there? Or what is the notification of someone? Do we rely on them if they get past 30 or past 90 days to know I should request assistance from one of these programs? Or are we identifying, here's someone who moved past 30 days, trigger them an additional notice with their bill that says you might be eligible for X type of assistance? Is that a step that's been implemented with the additional CARES funding, for example?
So the folks that are in that disconnect process, they are getting messaging that would indicate that there's CARES funds available. So they were receiving that messaging before, I'll say, we broadcasted it to kind of the entire population. In September, though, there was information in outlets and there were other messages that were out there about the availability of the funds, and we'll continue to message appropriately. So when we make a field visit, whether we disconnect the service or not, our tag that we leave with a customer has very specific language about the CARES funding that's available. So we are making customers aware that are in the process or need to know that information so that they can get a hold of the appropriate individuals to get that process started.
Are you good, Mr. Williams? Thank you. Director McGuire.
Yes, Julie. As far as the CARES funding, can you remind me the amount of CARES funding that we have available for us?
Yes, so there's $2 million that is available to our Douglas County customers for OPPD, and there's $1 million that's available for our non-Douglas County customers.
Okay, I'm sorry I've got background noise, but as far as sustainability, do you feel comfortable that so far we're going to be okay as providing enough assistance for all these people who are requesting it? And I guess, has the number of applications increased? Have you seen an increase in the applications for the CARES?
Yeah, so I think I might turn to Britton if we can promote Britton to speak, but I would say we've seen a big increase in the applications once we kind of opened up the communications about it to beyond just those that were getting disconnect notices. So I think you'll see that in the statistics, and they jumped up quite a bit even in a 1 week time frame. And so as far as the sustainability, I believe Britton and the team are probably monitoring that. So,
Director McGuire, this is Britton Gable, and so we have seen the amount of applications increase for the CARES. As an example, as a result of our marketing efforts that we started executing on, I believe it was on September 14th, it generated over 1,500 applications within 12 business days. So we continue to see an increase. For example, last week alone, we distribute over $180,000 of CARES Act funds for our customers. So the amount of applications and the amount of funding continues to go out. We are in dialogue with Dollar Energy Fund and the county and the state on a regular basis regarding the amount of funding that we have available. And we do believe the amount of funding that we have available is sufficient at this time.
Can I thread on that? Sufficient at this time, so that's helpful. I'm sort of wondering if the trend is getting us to a point where we're going to use it all, right? Like there's the end of the year deadline, and I'm not sure if we've got a sense for kind of like whether or not we're gonna run out, we're gonna have a bunch left over. What is any sense for what that looks like? And sort of secondarily, I imagine we get in the back of our mind like that impending deadline and making sure that people are moving through the process quick enough so that they don't find on January 2nd that it's too late.
Correct. So Director Moody, there are multiple. So I'm going to answer your first question regarding whether or not the whole funding and whether or not we're going to run out and everything. So we're keeping track of the Douglas County money and our spending that we have right now. And we are on pace to get really close, if we continue at the application that we are, to spend that $2 million. For the rest of our counties, for the state allotment of $1 million, we have just started to see an increase in the amount of applications for that amount of funding. It's just not as significant as Douglas County. So we're having, ongoing conversation around messaging as far as our customers outside of Douglas County, how we can go ahead and continue to ensure that they are knowledgeable about this funding source, et cetera. So we are going to have to continue to have, since Dollar Energy Fund was the recipient of the money, they are engaging in conversation with both the state and Douglas County to where if we do have leftover money, what does that look like? So with the current numbers that we have going on through Douglas County, we do foresee that we will get really close to spending all $2 million of that.
You're good, Director Moody?
Different but similar question. Can I just keep going?
Please.
And maybe this is just a comment, but so I want to thank you both, Julie and Bretton, for how nimble you've been as things are shifting underneath of you, new programs are popping up, things are going on, things are going faster, they're going slower, et cetera, et cetera. And in particular, fielding a couple of things that have come my way that I've just kind of shepherded to you and gotten out of the way. But one of the things that really struck me about one of those conversations lately that I just kind of wanted to bring up and acknowledge was that, we talk about OPPD being an essential service, right? We've got essential employees that needed to keep going to work every day. And by nature, that means that what we do is essential for people. And we often know that, as people enter into points of crisis, there are, it's often housing and utility assistance and maybe a car payment here or there are kind of some of the things that are the first things to go. And then they're making decisions about, can I afford groceries? To that end, I think one of the things that I hope that we continue to do, and I want to support you in doing, is working with other social service agencies out there to help them know what our trends are so that they can foresee the way in which they're going to get a need that maybe is coming that they haven't seen yet, right? Because I think in some ways the data that we have might be a leading indicator for what some of the challenges might be in 2 weeks and in 4 weeks and in 6 weeks. So I just wanted to thank you for that work that you're already doing and encourage you to continue to build those relationships, and to the extent that we can, share that information with some of those folks out there, because everybody, I sat in on an Omaha Community Foundation update on what they're seeing in terms of evictions and food insecurity, and it's not good. And I'll leave it at that. And so I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help all of those other people working in that system to make sure that they're prepared. Now I'm complete. Thank you, Rick.
No, so Director Moody, one of the things I did was link up Matt Wallen on the United Way of the Midlands with Britain. Of course, they know each other from their state-related work. And so I think Matt was going to reach out to Britain to be part of kind of this community response team that United Way is developing as well. So more to come on that, but just wanted to share that as well.
And Britain can probably speak to this too, but I believe we have monthly meetings with a variety of different social service agencies to discuss kind of the status of things and where the assistance is available.
So there's a Omaha Energy meeting that takes place monthly, to where we have there are nonprofits throughout our Douglas County, Sarpy County, and our surrounding area, to where every agency gives an update of their funding source available, how to apply. And then both OPPD and MUD are on those calls to give updates about what we're seeing, and also give updates and answer questions related to the performance of our own energy assistance program, like whatever adjustments. Dollar Energy Fund is also engaged in that discussion. So we can be, as proactive as possible. And then at the same time, we are actively having a number of one-off conversations, like whether it's, integrating and having conversation with Match, who does a lot of the homeless assistance programming in the Omaha Metro, to continue to have conversations, whether it is United Way of the Midlands. So we're trying. We have a long ways to go to improve on this. But yes, I agree the need is out there, and the stats that Julie's went over definitely shows, just compared to last year, the funding is going out and how quick it's going out. And so yeah, we're continuing to take daily steps towards that.
I want to thank everybody on this team for the work that they're doing. I'm looking quickly to see if there are any other hands or comments. Director Mulhoff, yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Julie, thank you so much for this. And thanks to your team for working so hard with our residential customers. But I noticed that the numbers for the commercial industrial accounts, if you go back to the last slide, those are looking worse. Is this a trend that we should be concerned about, or is this something that you, we dropped another percentage point on commercial and industrial as well in September. So is that a trend that we should be concerned about? And I keep hearing about, small businesses closing, and that's a concern for me. And how are we supporting these small businesses?
Yeah, so the small businesses would be a concern for us as well. And we are still reaching out to those customers. And so we had a couple things that timing turned out great, not planned, but great. And in terms of for COVID, and one was the work that Britain has done in getting Dollar Energy, and another is that we had allocated some resources to become account executives that were focused on our mid to small size businesses, and so they are actively reaching out to those business accounts that are falling behind and making sure that they're aware of where there is assistance available for their businesses, and then helping to get options in place for them to get them back on track as well.
Thank you.
Once again, looking quickly for any hands. I don't see them. So again, thank you very much, Julie and your entire team, for the work you're doing on this. I'm very impressed with the evolution of this program as it's moved forward. I think when we have spoken, I've crafted that forward-looking view that we all have, as there's another shoe yet to drop, and I'm very happy that your team is on top of it, looking forward, and going to be flexible and prepared and thinking of innovative solutions when it does happen. So so thank you. With that, Director Moody, I think we are complete in our report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yoder, and kudos to that entire team for all the work. I know that that's hard work out there, so thanks for everybody for what they're doing. Okay, just to get everybody anchored here, because we moved the agenda around a little bit in terms of break. We were scheduled to start governance at 1:15. It is now 1:07, so we're ahead of schedule by 8 minutes, doing great. And we're going to jump right in, and I'll plan to do governance, and then we'll take a quick 5-minute break before we wrap up with other business. So Director McGuire, you are up.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize if there's a construction behind me someplace in the condo, so you may hear some. As far as we did meet on Thursday, October 8th, and discuss the following items. We discussed executive compensation, and with Mart Secchi, and Mart is planning to reach out to the other directors one-on-one and discuss that with them. We worked on the policy refinement recommendation for BL5, unity of control. We're very close to that. We just have to reword. There's some rewording we'd like to revise, and we'll bring it back to the full board for discussion in November. The board work plan. Scott Foch reviewed the draft approach for developing a board work plan and process, and I'm not sure if Scott maybe would like to maybe comment on that a little bit later on after I get through the other stuff that we did. And then the board meetings, we'll also have a discussion. We did review the board workshop final report. That is now in diligent, and hopefully it'll be there the entire year, and for all the new board directors next year to periodically review to see that we are on task with what we want to do. And finally, Mart discussed severance agreements, which is also an action item. So I think we'll begin then with Scott, if you'd like to discuss the board work plan.
Yeah, I'll make a few comments. Thank you, Director McGuire. As Director McGuire pointed out, during the governance committee, they reviewed the draft work plan. The draft work plan is available for the board to take a look at. What we'd like to do between now and the November meeting is we'll be getting with each of the committee chairs and having a conversation in terms of what they believe would be on that work plan. We'll try to populate the work plan to the best of our ability. It'll give us an opportunity to orient on how we're seeing that work plan potentially function, to facilitate conversation and have a discussion kind of on rules and thoughts. And then in November, we'll have more of a formalization of what that work plan will be. The other thing I would acknowledge during this is, as we think about this, I know we've used the analogy before, but it will be a bit like going to a gym.
and we'll be using exercise equipment for the first time. And over the course of the next 90 days, I suspect even what we're initially thinking will evolve as we refine our approach and make things work more smoothly. Are there any questions about the work plan? Anything else you'd like me to add, Director McGuire?
No, I think we're okay on that, Scott.
Great, thank you so much.
Great. Okay, next, as far as the 2021 board meetings, there is some conflicts with that. And Craig, maybe you want to head that one up and discuss that a little bit as far as what we have discussed on that.
Director McGuire, in fact, I do not, as you may recall, I missed that portion of the meeting, so I'm going to let you keep going.
Okay, then I will do it. Well, we do have Eric, and maybe Eric can pipe up on this. Eric has a conflict in quite a few of the board meetings that are regularly that are on right now are supposed to be for next year. We had the discussion, and it was sort of decided that we should perhaps wait until after the election to see who is actually going to be on the board next year, if the new board members, if there may be any conflicts, and then bring that to the board back in December as far as when we finalize the board meeting times and places. You know, we do have the opportunity to change the time and the date of the board meeting as we have been doing lately. So that can be in discussion, I would believe, in December. I don't know if there's any other committee members that would want to add to that. Are there? No.
I see Director Yoder raising his hand.
Director Yoder.
But I forgot to unmute. And I was reading the chat that was going on while you were talking. So if I repeat what you said. So I think we're considering many different options, and we're developing that long list. And so that could mean meeting at different times of the day, meeting at different days, going to different periodicity between meetings. And that's all. I think, in my view, nothing's off the table at this point.
Correct.
And so so now's the time to populate that list with all of your good ideas.
Thank you. I might add, Director Yoder, per the last conversation, what I'm planning to do is to bring back some options to kind of weigh out from status quo, to your point, to kind of flesh that out and figure out what might work best.
Thank you.
Yeah, the COVID may, again, you know, whether or not we can actually, where we're going to meet next year is also a big problem as far as to try to figure that out too, and to find the timings with that. So there's a lot of stuff in flux with that.
I do see Director Williams has his hand raised, Director McGuire.
Thank you. See, I'm not very good at it. Okay, go ahead.
I will help.
Thank you.
I appreciate the consideration. The first question, we have moved the December meeting already. And so as we look forward after the election, as Director McGuire pointed out, I don't know if we plan to have email discussions after November. In theory, our November meeting will be after the election. So I'm curious if that timeline works for Scott. Does that work for you to get things sorted out beginning in January?
I think that's a great question. Thank you. I think I would target November for that initial conversation. We would need to have it wrapped up no later than December. But if we could have it even wrapped up in November, to your point, after the election and before the board or committee meeting, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, do we usually vote for the board time and meetings in December? Is that normal, Scott?
I might phone a friend and ask Ms. Hinners if she remembers when that's normally brought up for a vote. I would imagine.
Right.
It's generally in December.
Yeah.
Yes, it's December.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it always did seem a little strange that we would vote on this, even though the makeup of the board could be changing the next month. I always thought it was a little weird that we didn't wait till January to do it, but that's what it goes.
Well, and to that point, Director Kavanaugh, I think by reaching out after November, when we have a good sense, we'll be able to incorporate that. And so it'll still allow for the vote in December, but with that feedback taken well into account, to your point, is an important consideration.
And we can certainly reach out directly after November, certainly with the candidates in Sarpy County. The other two candidates are really running unopposed and sitting around this table today. So it appears that we'll reach out right after November, just see what the conflicts are. I know both of those individuals in Sarpy County are retired educators, and so I think they do have some flexibility, but we'll reach out and just identify if there's any concerns or issues, and then come back to the board in that November, December timeframe. Thanks.
Okay. Is there any other further discussion on that?
Yeah, could I
I do,
just
oh,
say,
yes, I'm sorry, I do see your hand raised, Director.
I just put it up. So some of us, even though we're retired, recurring meetings, it's nice to have some consistency. So just from that aspect, it's really nice to have it recurring on the same date and time every month if we're going to do monthly. So it's just helpful.
Thank you.
It's also helpful for the public to have some consistency with that too. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I know one of the conversations Director Moody and I had in our one-on-one this month was, it could be something that we change from a Monday, Wednesday timeframe. And that way we still have that day in between committee. It would make some changes on the senior management side, but we can work through that. And the way we've kind of restructured our senior management meetings is a little different as well. So we might be able to accommodate that and allow some of that flexibility to occur, and yet still have some consistency, as Director Mulhoff and McGuire, you guys talked about, not only for individual board members, but also for the public as well. So thanks.
Okay. There's no other hands. I think we can go on to the severance agreements, and that would be, Mart, would you like to discuss the severance agreements?
Good afternoon. I'm happy to do that. So we had 45 individuals who were initially impacted by the staff reductions at Fort Calhoun Station. 5 of those employees retired, and 3 transferred to other positions in the company. And that left 37 employees who were separated from OPPD. We do offer a severance program, and 8 of those agreements involved payments exceeding $50,000 that may be subject to the to Section 84713 of the Nebraska Revised Statutes. And so this is a reporting item for the board. And it's reporting only, there's no vote required. So I also wanted to give you a quick update on what those 37 folks are doing that we know of. 8 of those have moved to new positions external to the organization. 2 of them have become entrepreneurs. 2 are in the military, and 1 has enrolled in school full-time. We had 28 of those 37 employees who participated in our career transition experience this year, which was different since it was done virtually, not like we did the last couple of them. But we did that with RiveSmart, an outplacement firm. And upon completion, the participants rated their satisfaction on 4 items: the value of the program, the resume writing assistance they received, personal coaching services, and job resources provided, and all of their ratings were 100%. So it was successful. And that ends my report pending questions.
Thank you, Mart. Are there any questions? Mike Kavanaugh, your hand's up.
Okay, I'm on now. Mart, I know there was some discussion about there was a fairly large group, including that 45 of some of the security guards at Fort Calhoun that you were trying to get placed. How did that work out?
We've placed 3 from that group of people.
No, why is
to
that?
Date.
Why only 3?
Because those were the positions that we had available at the time. They are still eligible to apply for positions that are open at OPPD if they choose to.
I thought there was a larger number than 3. There was positions being considered in the security area. Apparently not.
We were not able to reach agreement with Local 1483 on what we were proposing.
Okay. And then that had to do with representation, I guess, or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it was less about representation. One of the things we talked about, and someone tell me if I shouldn't be talking about this, but I will. But is the conversation was, we would be able to move a certain number of people in from the security to what we would consider kind of contracted security at OPPD. But when those individuals left those positions, would again staff back up with contract employees. So if they moved to a different position, if they retired, is that we wouldn't necessarily fill that back with represented employees that we have historically outside of Fort Calhoun looked at kind of corporate security as an outsource opportunity with flexibility, 8 to 5, there's part-time, there's just a variety of different movements up and down that we need for our operations, depending on if there's outages and other places. And so we really wanted that contractor flexibility as well. And so that was really, I think, the concern that they had at that time. So.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions?
Any other questions? If not, I guess that completes Mark's discussion. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. You can look at the numbers.
Sure.
Any other comments? Rick, you have a comment? Director Yoder? Director Yoder, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Sorry, I've been shaking my head. No, I had my hand up inadvertently. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director McGuire.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda item is SD12, and we have Vice President Brown to discuss information management and security monitoring report. Kate?
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Director McGuire. Yes, I'm going to walk through SD12, Information Management and Security Monitoring Report for 2020. I'm looking forward to the conversation. I think we've done some great work that I think it'll be good to hear about. I do want to caveat, if you have questions, that is great. If it's a question because of the nature of this topic that we may need to take to another venue, just because of the nature of the information, I might do that. So I just wanted to put that out there. And also, I do want to mention, for some reason, I now have construction in our home that I didn't anticipate. So I apologize if you start to hear something that was unanticipated. So with that, without any further ado, I will jump right into this. So as you think about SD12, it's really broken up into 4 components. It's around information security, which is often referred to as cybersecurity, customer privacy, the records management component, and then compliance with legal type requirements. And all of these tie very much together in terms of what they are and how they function in the organization. So I think about this in terms of being secure, protecting our customers' information, managing risk, and then being compliant, which is woven throughout this. So with that, we're going to walk through these 4 components and talk about how this has been done throughout the year. We can move to the next slide. So how we broke this out is to show what are the ongoing controls in this space. Those are really the base level platform of which we do every single day. And there's a lot of people involved in this. This is the idea that it takes a village to do all these controls across an environment, especially a complex environment. So we'll walk through those ongoing controls in each of these 4 areas. And then we'll talk about the new initiatives and the controls. So we have to keep evolving what we're doing because the environment's evolving around us. It's very dynamic externally. So we have these components that we need to keep doing day in and day out around the controls. But then there's also this evolution that needs to take place. And some of that is, as I mentioned, external. because of the dynamics out in the external environment. And some of this is just the nature of how we need to evolve it internally. And we've been doing that over time based on a roadmap that we've built. So I'll walk through those components as well. You can go to the next slide. So we start with information security, and you can think about this as this is really how do we protect any type of information, whether it's print, electronic, anything else. How do we ensure that we're protecting unauthorized access, disclosure, destruction, all of that falls within this space. And so in the ongoing realm of this, we continue to mature our capabilities in this space. We look at what we're doing in regards to this, and we go, okay, how can we continue on this path, which we are doing every day in terms of looking at that. So that is a consistent component of what we're doing. There's vulnerabilities in the environment that we need to address. And you can think of this as everyone has or most people have a laptop or a computer that may run in a Windows environment. It requires patching. Those are vulnerabilities that need to be taken care of. We have many of those devices in our environment. This could be a network, it could be anything that has a vulnerability. We have many applications. There needs to be a process and a program related to that so that we keep things understood and how you take that process up and apply efforts to mitigate those vulnerabilities. What does that look like? What do we do? So that happens day in and day out. We have an incident response methodology that we use that involves doing exercising and testing. So we keep improving on what we're doing. That happens throughout the year. We look at how do we mature our plans and our procedures within these environments so that we can understand what's going on around the environment and do analysis so we can understand, is there an event? Is this a non-issue? Is it a broader event? What does that look like? And then partnerships are critical to this. So you can think about the partnerships that we have, whether it's with the APPA, the LPPC, Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, EISAC, which is the information sharing organization in this space. And so all of that plays into that as well. And so we care and feed the relationships that we have that are critical to this, to us maturing and understanding the environment. And then our security awareness services, what does that look like? Well, so we need to ensure that across the organization, there is raised awareness around this. And this takes the form of phishing campaigns. So we do monthly campaigns to ensure that we understand how our employees are learning what a phishing email looks like. That is a very, it is one of the most used ways into an organization is to use a phishing email to gain entry point into it. So we do campaigns, and we've built a very good process around this to help our employees understand that. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as it relates to COVID in relation to this topic as we get into this. And then security awareness for our employees through training and communication. So we've been altering how we do the training to break it up into more consumable bite-sized pieces of information versus a 1 year, every once a year doing training, because that's hard to do for people. It's like you spend hour or so taking the training, and it's supposed to carry you throughout the year. Well, we've broken that up into modules and do that on a more regular basis, which also allows us to introduce more newer materials as things are evolving. And then communications, this could be through an on-story, an email, updates through other means. So we're employing other ways to ensure that that information is being carried into the organization. So this requires just a lot of work by a lot of different people across the entire business unit. I just want to kind of pause for a moment and really think about that, because this is from senior management throughout the organization. This is critical, and there's a lot of great work that's done. Also, this is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and so there's a lot of activity in our organization right now in regards to this. I think it's the best cybersecurity month we've ever in terms of the work that we're doing, in terms of bringing in speakers. We have Tim Burke did his video message to the organization. We have other employees that are talking about security topics and how they have to work within their environment and take in the different security controls that exist and what that's like. So that's all really, really good stuff. We can move to the next slide. So customer privacy. So this is how we protect our customers' information and meeting legalities around this and what does that look like. And Julie touched on this a little bit, or she did touch on it in her conversation around the scam situation that's out there and other components of this. So this is, once again, these are really good partnerships in this space in terms of how we work to ensure that this is transpiring. And so basically, this is a partnership between customer service, public affairs, and the business technology group. I'm going to pause for a moment because it looks like there's questions out here, and I don't want to go further if they're related to what I was just talking about. Director Kavanaugh, it looks like your hand is up.
I'm sorry, it's a mistake.
Okay. Director Williams, your hand is up. And okay.
I'm not sure what happened either. I appreciate the. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything that someone had a question about. Thank you. So in terms of customer privacy, this is ensuring that we maintain that privacy, and what does that look like? So we protect our customer owners' information. So we have an identity theft program that we ensure that we are protecting this information. So this is reviewed regularly. There are components of this that you must meet in order for this to be a valid theft prevention program, which we do meet, and it complies with state and federal regulations. So we do an annual report in relation to this, and OPPD management reviews this to ensure that we have, that we're staying effective in what we're doing, identifying if there's things we need to change in regards to this program. And it's been a very good tool for us to use in the environment. Also, all employees with access to customer information, they need to be trained annually, and there's assessments related to this in terms of data sharing and security. So all of that goes on in terms of the controls that we have in place from an ongoing basis. And then I mentioned this partnership that we have. This partnership has been really good in terms of putting out information to our customers as we've gotten into this more scamming situation, and the pandemic is kind of, sometimes that happens more in those spaces. So we did press releases in February, April, May, and August of this year in this regard. And so this has been really good work. And then in regards to the website, we've been looking to make changes there to provide more education, and then more around reporting of situations that customers are experiencing. With that, I will move to records management. So in the space of records management, this is all around how do we have control of the records that exist in our environment in terms of how do we maintain them, how do we receive them, what does disposition look like, what does the use of them look like, how do we destroy, and how do we do this all in accordance with legal requirements. So once again, ongoing controls, these are kind of the cornerstones or the basis for what we do, and we do this day in and day out, and we ensure that the records management staff are trained on these practices, and we do that on a regular basis. There's archiving and destruction components that they need to follow, so we ensure that they understand that and that level of training, or as we're bringing new people into the environment, we ensure that they are trained as well. We have partnerships in this space that we work with, Nebraska Public Power District, as well as State of Nebraska. And then we also work with ARMA, which is the Association of Records Managers and Administrators. It's a great organization in this space and does a lot of great work across the country. We're continuing our process to improve the service, trying to make it more efficient, more effective, and ensure that we have security layered into it in all different ways, ensuring those records are maintained in a safe manner. And then we're strengthening collaboration across OPPD in all these areas of records management. We have a centralized records management group, but there are also these very wonderful pockets of records management out in the organization that have developed some very good best practices along with the best practices that we have in a central place. And we're creating this collaborative space within that, so we bring this all together, and we're following consistent and also best practice methods. So it's really a very cool process, what's going on in that space. And then we do support the Fort Calhoun nuclear decommissioning work in regards to the records management space, and that's been a great collaboration as well, and will continue to be.
I have a question, Kate, for you.
Yes.
If you go historically, we've got a lot of paper records, And it used to be, where is all this stored? How is it being stored? Are you putting it from the microfiche to our papers into the cloud, or how are we actually doing this? It used to be that we hired 2 or 3 different places to store these records. I know all this has changed. Can you explain how it's changed and how you're doing this? Because it's a huge, it's a huge thing,
It is huge. So there are some records by their very nature, they are hard to digitize. So those records are, we had moved them to your point, Director McGuire, they were being stored in an offsite location, and we had some high requirements around getting access to those records 24/7, which created some challenges. We did some looking as to how we could solve for that. So we actually brought those records back on site and created an environment, because it has to meet certain environmental requirements to do that. So we did do that. And so we have those maintained in that space. We also have been digitizing as much as we possibly can, and those are being stored on servers in various locations with backup procedures and everything that you would need to ensure the safety of those elements. There is microfiche, and we are looking at how we will take that up. So when I'm mentioning some of the efficiencies and some of the different aspects that we're looking at, that is some of it in terms of what you're asking about. And so there's a whole process that the team is looking at around that, and how do we take that up and ensure that we're doing it in a correct way, that it's documented in a process for all of that. So they've made some great progress, and they will continue to do that. So there are changes in that space that are happening, and it's becoming, I think we've got to sort out what can and cannot be digitized, I'll put it that way. And now it's just what are those mechanics for doing that, and what will that archiving look like in some of those spaces that are different than we've done before. So there's a lot of work in that realm, and there'll be a lot more coming, because there's different tools we can leverage now as we go forward. So we have a roadmap that lays out different components related to that topic.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And with that, we will move on to the last leg on the table of the SD, which is compliance. So compliance is really how do our contracts align with the legal requirements that exist out there, and the use of technical controls, audits, legal review, and things of that nature. So in the ongoing space, we have a program for policy governance in relation to procedures and standards within this compliance space of the specifics of what I'm referring to here. We engage employees and legal counsel and external entities to stay kind of abreast of what's going on out there, so that we can employ that into what we're doing from a contract perspective. There's good collaboration with supply chain management in this space, that we ensure that our contracts have the appropriate statements and wording in there, that our third parties can support what we are doing in that space. We did have some contracts that coming due where we have employed these into those contracts, where historically some of that was not within them. And we've built this out, like I said, in collaboration with supply chain management to ensure that our third parties have that built in. And then we have external audits and internal audits that we use to review this on a regular basis. And we take those findings and we use them to keep improving on what we're doing. And so much in the space of all these areas is doing these types of audits, taking what we learn, applying it, and continuing to evolve these controls from that perspective. And with that, we're going to shift now to a view of the progress that's been made in 2020. So from a 2020 perspective, I'm going to use the same 4 components that we just talked about and talk about what's gone on in each of these, more specific to the 2020 work that we've done that sits above and beyond those ongoing controls, or it could be an enhancement to an ongoing control. So we looked at ransomware attacks. So those are in the news. They happen on a regular basis. And it was a shift for us in terms of some of how the lens of which we were looking through cybersecurity through needed to shift, because ransomware has become such a component in this world that we live in. So we did an assessment around if we were attacked, what would that look like? How are we prepared for that? And what would we do in that instance? We took those learnings. Once again, you go through this process, you take the learnings and you apply them, and you ensure that you build those into what your methodologies and processes are. So we are taking what was learned and applying it to our organization so we understand how to respond as effectively as possible in the instance that that would occur. I also joined the Department of Energy Cybersecurity Risk Information Sharing Program, which is typically referred to as CRISP. This is something that we had been looking at and working with them for a while, and we did get this implemented. And this is really a sharing of information with the Department of Energy and other organizations so that you get this view of what's going on in a broader sense of the world versus just looking at your own logs and information. So this is a very wonderful program. We're very thrilled to be part of it, and we're looking forward to learning more and sharing information in regards to this. So very exciting there. COVID-19, mentioned that earlier. So we have many people that are working from home that were not working from home previously. This changes your security footprint, your security posture. You have many employees that are now on their home networks and they're accessing our systems, and it's employing a wrapper around that to protect that environment. But in addition to that, we put together some sessions, information, and shared with our employees as to how they can better employ security on their home network. What does that look like? What changes can they make? So it's educational around that. We also looked at our policies in regards to this, and we're continuing on this path because this does change how we function with having as many people as we have working from home at this point. And when that will alter, we just need to keep this in mind and continue to grow our understanding of that and ensure that we have good processes and procedures in place and education and awareness. In addition to that, as people move into their home, it tends to change kind of their understanding of their environment because that's a more comfortable space to be in, so their guard can go down, which that caused us to kind of ramp up, so to speak, more of what we were doing from a phishing perspective. So we ensure that we're keeping people focused on what's going on and understanding what to look for in that environment and keeping that awareness high. It's a little different environment when you're working from home, as well as ensuring all the folks that are still on site, that we're taking them into account as well and ensuring that we're addressing security from that perspective as well, because this has changed the dynamics for so many companies and how they do what they do. Overall, we made some great progress on our 2020 initiatives in this space. Some of this was around organizational changes that we've made. So we started down a path 3-4 years ago in terms of how we are taking up cybersecurity in the environment, made some changes. We learned a lot from that, and we're continuing on that path to take up the initiatives as well as, like I said, make organizational changes in terms of where the talent exists in our organization and collaboration across the different business units in this space. And then we had various cybersecurity incident response exercises that we did. In November of 2019, we were within GridX. That was across the organization. It's a very large event, actually, GridX. And we learned a lot that we have been applying in 2020. Additionally, we do internal cybersecurity exercises just within that frame to understand how we would respond from a more specific cyber perspective, and we're looking to do more of this as we go forward. The exercises are really important. Drills are important in this space, so you kind of build the muscle of how you'll respond and react, which ties to my first bullet up there around ransomware attacks. So a lot of great progress in this space. From customer privacy, so we partnered to proactively shut down toll-free numbers known to use attempted fraud with OPPD customers, and that's been a really good effort to help us in this space. We also formed a local utility partnership with LES and MPPD to alert each other of scam activities. And this comes back to, it really takes a village in all these spaces. The more connections you make, the more partnerships, the better off we'll all be by doing that. So this was a really great effort to get that in place. And then we joined the Utilities United Against Scams. And this is a consortium of about 130 different utilities in the US and Canada that have come together to really stand up against the scam situation. Another great collaborative space, I'll say. And then developing self-service reporting. I mentioned earlier that we're looking at our website and how we can build that out to help customers be able to do self-service reporting from that perspective. With that, I will shift over to records management for 2020. So we continue to redesign the records management function. This ties a little bit to what you were asking, Director McGuire, in terms of how we do what we do, what tools do we leverage. As we are upgrading and uplifting our technology, what else can we leverage in this space to make it more efficient, to run better, to do things in different ways across the enterprise that will help people do their work day in and day out in this space. We did complete an updated retention schedule, and we sent that into the State Nebraska Records Management Office. That was in August, I think August 27th, somewhere around there. And we're waiting to hear back from them on their approval of that retention schedule that we sent into them. A lot of great work by a lot of people to lift that up and bring that into current needs for the business in terms of those retention schedules. And then we're leveraging industry and external partnerships. I mentioned that previously. We'll continue to build out in that space. And then the efforts with Fort Calhoun, which have been evolving in 2020. I'm sure they will continue to evolve in that space in terms of that collaboration. And then I'll shift to compliance. So in this space, we had some policies within our business unit and some of them were corporately based that were aged in time, so to speak. They needed some rework and brought to current state. We also found that there were some policies that we needed to implement because we had changed, and we needed to implement some policies to cover some areas that were not in existence back 3-4 years ago. So what we decided to do was that first we wanted to ensure that we had a method for ensuring that the policies did not get out of date, that we understood who should write the policies, who should approve the policies. So we built a framework within our environment because there's a lot of policies that need to be dealt with. We also wanted to ensure that we had procedures and standards implemented within this. So this framework takes into account all of that, and it was built out by the teams. And it works in conjunction with the Policy Oversight Committee internal to OPPD, where corporate policies process through. So it was a collaborative effort across the business unit and then up into the Policy Oversight Committee, as well as with a lot of support from change management and corporate communication, which is really the third bullet under compliance. When you're doing policy work of this nature and you're making these changes, if we don't have a good way to distribute that information across the enterprise or within our business unit, it's very hard for people to follow the policies and to implement the procedures and standards that we are trying to embed into the environment. So it's very critical to us to have the support from human capital, which is on the change management side, and then the corporate communications. And then developing controls within the supply chain process, including how we do vendor selection and those contracts that I was reflecting on earlier in this discussion. I think that covers the work that's being done or has been done in 2020, and we'll finish out the year, and then we'll move into 2021 efforts, but we'll just keep building on this as we go forward.
Thanks very much, Kate. Are there any questions or comments from anyone? This was a lot of information. Kate, if you could perhaps comment on why you do not have metrics at this time. The public may be asking that.
Yeah, so metrics are a challenging realm in this space in terms of sharing metrics publicly that could provide information to those people that you don't want to have that information can open you up to some vulnerabilities in your environment. So we don't want to share that type of information. I think the goal is to show, for me, that there is a lot of work being done in this realm to shore this up and do it without exposing those types of metrics that could give someone an inroads into what you're doing or a deeper understanding that could be leveraged for not good in the environment. We want to protect this environment as much as we possibly can for the community.
Thanks for adding that. I think it's important for people to understand that. Looks like you've done a lot of work. There's been a lot of progress being made the past year. And are there any other comments or anything? If not,
Yeah,
Looks like Director Williams is raising his physical hand, I think.
physical hand? Go ahead, Eric, and I think Janice, I might have heard Janice.
Yeah.
Eric, why don't you go first and then we'll have Janice.
Great, thank you. So a lot of the discussion here was about appropriate protection to keep information that we don't want out from getting out. Do we take any proactive approaches to kind of taking information that we do have that others might not have and making that available in ways that can be effective and helpful? So it's been a little while, but I worked at a program that was looking at energy efficiency, and we have access to information that obviously needs to be carefully monitored for customer privacy, but do we have proactive approaches to how we can take data that we have that might be useful to others and make that available in ways that could be beneficial to us and to the community? I guess I'm not sure if that's included here or if that's kind of covered somewhere else.
I would say there's information that we are proactively sharing with other organizations such as Department of Homeland Security, FBI, where we have information, the Department of Energy that I mentioned, through a partnership that we are, it is not a one-way street, it is a dual sharing of information so that we can give information that we may be seeing that might help other utilities, other organizations in the environment. To your point, we're careful how we do that. It depends on what it is and what it will do to provide some support or understanding. So yes, we do that. We are following all legal guidelines, but we do follow and find ways. To your point, there is good that can come from that sharing of information, and we are on the side of doing that, but doing it appropriately.
Yeah, and I guess aside from some of the more IT, BT information, some of the information we have about energy use can only really be available from the utility. And I'm not sure if SD12 is the appropriate place to discuss how that might be available and beneficial rather than to Department of Defense, but to help leverage innovation in the area of how we engage with other partners. Is SD12 the right place to have that discussion, or is there another place? I admit this is one of the SDs that I have the least personal experience, so it's very hard to engage here, but just is this the right place to have that type of a discussion about information that we have that could be useful to other energy efficiency or similar types of organizations?
Yeah, let me share that a little bit, and Julie may want to jump on too, but I'll give you my take. So we actually have a third party process that we use for third parties that want customer information that have to be approved by the customer, and we've tried to streamline that process in a number of ways. And so it's a process that we've used for several years, that we use with energy assistance program folks, that we use with energy conservation, kind of like LIHEAP programs or community conservation programs across the state, that if they want customer data, the customer has to agree to it. We can share that data, but they can't use that data in certain ways or the information from that customer in certain ways. Allows them to do the work, but we do try to restrict how we utilize that data based on our agreement with the customer. Julie, I don't know if you want to dive deeper on that at all, but we do have that policy and practice already set up, and how we're working through that with customers and third-party vendors.
Right. I think we're trying to be respectful of that. Usage data is our customers' data and it's OPPD's data. And so we do, before we share it, there's a governance process over that. There's non-disclosure agreements. When we're working with agencies, they may have access, like for instance, on the assistance, but they're signing non-disclosure agreements and agreeing to how that data is being used. So we're not, I'll just say, openly sharing our customers' data. It has to be under a strict governance process for which we would do that. And or in support of product and service offerings that we would be making to our customers, where we're maybe using a third party to help us with that. But again, that's all bound under a non-disclosure or a legal contract on how that information is being used.
Julie and Tim, thank you.
Can I just throw on that for just a moment? I think it's a great question, Eric, and honestly, it connects back to some of the questions I was asking about the data that we have that we could be potentially be sharing with social service organizations that could benefit from seeing some of those leading indicators for what's out there. So super complicated, right? And I'm sure Bruckner, if he were sitting next to me, would kick me in the shins for anything that I'm about to say. But I think it's an interesting idea to, explore what it might look like to just aggregate data in a way that others trying to do good, important things out in the world could use. We see, I don't know what it's like for utilities to do that normally, but what I can tell you is that it's getting increasingly common when you look at the way cities operate, counties, states, in open sourcing data and letting others sort of look at it and create tools that are doing good things. Like I said, I know it's super complicated, but I appreciate the question, Eric, because that's I don't know what it's like in the utility world, but it's definitely a more common thing elsewhere.
Yeah, I think in the aggregating of data where we share and have relationships with existing organizations like social service agencies that we work with, I think we're just as Julie is shared in public and as we do with a variety of the social service agencies that we engage with today, we share some of that aggregate data and trends data just like we're sharing publicly today. And we may even step down a different notch in what that may look like. But when it gets to specific customer data, that's where we want to make sure that customer's data is used for all the right reasons. And that is pretty much represented across the utility industry. And it's very clear from state statutes that we are not able to share customer data unless the customer gives us approval to be able to do that. It's considered confidential information. So we do that, and in the aggregate, I don't think there's any issues in that regard, but in the individual specific customer data and information, that's where you would see us in certain cases redact that information or share it in maybe a different way that doesn't identify a specific customer or specific customer's usage. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I wasn't advocating by any stretch that we would share individual customer information or anything even remotely close to that. I think it was very much sort of the aggregated, very zoomed out version of that.
I believe, Janice, do you have a comment or a question?
I did. I have a comment and then a question. I think the last bullet under compliance is probably one of the most important because we make great decisions as a board and senior management, and unless those are socialized clear down to the entry level employee or even the employee who's been there for a long time who isn't in on the decision making, those changes won't happen. And so I think that that's probably one of the most important bullets on this page. And I've seen that over and over again in large organizations like the military, where you have to communicate that all the way down and then go back and make sure that they understood and that they're following through with what your expectations are. And then the second thing is a question. We've talked many times as a board about technology debt, and without exposing any vulnerabilities or saying things that aren't appropriate, are we overcoming our technology debt to a point where we can implement all of the things that we need to implement when it comes to security and management of our privacy?
So first, thank you for your comment about the communications and change management. I agree. It's critical because if we write all sorts of things, but nobody knows what it means or why it exists, it becomes not a very beneficial process. And so I really appreciate that comment. In regards to tech debt and where we sit, there has been a lot of work done in that regard. We have a roadmap that is helping us understand and address those components that requires, and it's based on risk. It is a risk-based approach to that topic. And it is not around the idea that we will have no tech debt, because that is not even a feasible outcome, but it's based on how do we address those highest risks first and foremost, and what does that look like, and how do we meet the needs of the business. And really where you'll see that even more addressed is as we come through with the strategic initiative around a technology platform, which about, and you'll be hearing more in the future about that. But from the perspective of what you're asking, we are securing the environment. We are doing many activities every single day, every week, every month that is building on that. And we have a team across the entirety of OPPD that is dedicated to that. And so as we've come forward, a lot of great work has been done in that space. There's a lot more to do, but it does not, we find ways to ensure that we can do what's being identified in this SD12. It may not be how we want to do it at this point in time because we don't have all the components in place, but we find ways to manage and make that work because of the nature and understanding of who we have here and and understood, coupled with people that are coming with external understandings and other views of how to take that and bring that together. So I think we've married this together in a really wonderful way to do what we're talking about in this space without me exposing anything more. I think we're doing great work, and I'd be happy to talk with anyone more about that offline and go deeper if anyone wanted to do that. But I think we have a very good plan. I think we have people that are dedicated to doing that, and we have great partnerships that we're building through organizations, and I'll say with vendor partnerships, because we need those partnerships. They have the understanding of some things that we need to engage in into this environment. And so a lot of great work's being done in that space. Thank you for that question.
Are there any other comments or questions? Rick, we haven't heard from you, or Tim Gay, or Mike Kavanaugh. Looks like we have no further comments. I want to thank you, Kate, for you and your entire team. One other thing that I sort of want to mention is that I know that there's collaboration amongst the entire district to achieve this SD, and I appreciate everyone who's working on this. So the governance committee has reviewed and accepted this monitoring report, and what we're going to recommend is that we find that OPPD is taking responsible and reasonable progress toward this to comply with SD 12. And that should complete my report for governance. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Director McGuire. And thanks, Kate, for the great report. Okay, I have 2:03. We are 3 minutes behind schedule. So we're going to come back at 2:15, and we will be right on schedule with other business. So we'll see you. We'll take a break, and we'll see you at 2:15. Director McGuire, I assume you're with us, and Director Kavanaugh, I believe, is with us. Okay, let's take a look at tomorrow. There it is. So we don't have anything on board discussion action items. Would anyone like to propose that anything be pulled off consent and added to board discussion? Okay. Silence means we're good, in which case I think we're squared away. Before we move off of this and go on to power with purpose, I guess I'll pause and ask if there's anything specific we need to know in anticipation of an in-person meeting tomorrow. Same as it was 2 months ago, right? No senior management team there. They'll go in. Any changes from what we did last time?
That is correct, Chair Modi. We were going to follow the plan that we executed in August. So board members will be there in person. along with President Burke, me, and members of our BTBS team. SMT will be remote.
Rick, I see your
We should,
go ahead.
we should arrive, what, between 3 and 3:30 at the parking and saunter over from there.
I think so. And the weather should be good tomorrow. So as you know, there's a lot of construction near Energy Plaza anyway. So just please be mindful of your surroundings.
You know, I don't know
and
that.
wear a mask. Yes, there is construction. So please do park at Energy Plaza and take the couple block stroll to the Civic Center.
Okay. Wear a mask, wear a mask. And there was a safety briefing last time that I believe was like around 3:30, 3:45. I assume that's kind of the same. We'll get the same things as well.
That is correct.
And I'm
Very
sure
good.
we've resolved the technical issues.
To the best of our ability, we do plan on rebooting that in-room computer.
Okay. Thank you for that. We'll see everybody tomorrow. So let's talk about Power with Purpose. And it looks like Ms. Olson is up on this one. Ms. Olson?
Oh, hang on here. Yes, I believe that Mary's going to tee it off.
Yeah, I think we talked in closed session around a solar update, just to give the board a briefing on that and some of the specific conversations going on. And this is really to talk a little bit about some of that we are able to talk about in public, and then also to give an update on the gas and some of the stakeholder outreach that has occurred over the last month. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Mary, and then we'll kind of end with Lisa and her team. So Mary, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me okay?
Good, Mary.
Yep.
Good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mo, for advancing the slide. Today, we want to talk to you a little bit about Power with Purpose, where we are, as Tim just said. The solar generator update, as much as we can share publicly, we'd like to do that today. And then our gas generator will finish with Ms. Olson talking to us about community stakeholder outreach update. So next slide, please. Just a little bit, we'll start with our timeline. And this timeline we've been using pretty much every month to just kind of get you oriented with where we are. It's been a long journey, and I will say that the teams have been working very diligently to move these projects along. And of course, as you know, there's been bumps in the road, but I think they're doing incredibly well in terms of trying to maintain the schedule. In a minute, I'll talk about the regulatory, the Power Review Board, and what we're going to be doing there next week. But just to say that this is the fourth quarter of 2020, and we have gone from almost a year of initiating this project to being in negotiations for solar proposals and issuing contracts for equipment and siting gas generation. So it's been a long year, and while we still have a lot to do, it's been great accomplishment by the team. Next slide, please. So moving into our solar generation update. Go to the next slide, please, Mo. So we get the question a lot.
Mary, am I on the right slide?
You are, yes.
Okay, good. Sorry about that.
Thank you. No problem. We get the question a lot. It feels like solar is lagging behind what you're doing with your gas generation. And, you know, we kind of struggle with that a bit. And I think it's just due to public announcements. It's not necessarily that the solar project is lagging behind in the Power with Purpose project. And honestly, it is actually ahead of gas if we think about it. The way that solar projects are put together resemble more our wind contracts, where developers go out years ahead of ever bidding in a project and look at properties that they would like to site and work to site those properties years in advance. And then they work on their generation interconnection agreements. They work on having site-ready attributes developed, land leases. They work with local governments, and they have meetings and apply and do applications. And so a lot of that work is already done before they will ever bid a project into an RFP like ours. So when the RFP comes out, typically utilities are asking, do you have these things done? So we know the readiness of the site. And that readiness is really what helps them to be what we consider in terms of utility space, a ready project, something that we should be looking at, and something that we should be considering to sign or negotiate a power purchase agreement. And so because these follow just a different line as to how they get developed, we don't make announcements until those agreements are negotiated and we know the terms and conditions with these developers. We're in that process of talking to the developers, narrowing down the sites, thinking about the best overall solution for OPPD going forward. And so there's been a lot of work done, and I would really say that solar is not lagging behind. It really is advancing at a pretty quick clip. And I know it doesn't feel like it, but on this side of the fence where we're having to do all this work, it's moving along very nicely. Gas projects, they feel like they're moving along quicker because the siting's been announced, but we do that specifically so that we can start to do stakeholder outreach and really listen to our customer owners about the things that they would like to see in terms of noise mitigation and aesthetics and how we can fit into the environment as we go through this design. And so they really do follow different paths as they get developed. Next slide. So just to recap where we are, it is our intent to source 400 to 600 megawatts of accredited solar capacity with service dates somewhere between the 22 to 24 timeframe as per the board resolution. It'll be the first utility scale solar sourcing for OPPD in Nebraska. And because for OPPD it is our first, we're taking our approach is slow and methodical. We want to make sure that we put the right terms and conditions into contracts and that we understand how they work and how they can get integrated into our system appropriately. And so it is a slow and measured process, but it is moving along at a smart clip. Utility scale solar is new consideration for many counties in Nebraska, and as we've seen over the last couple of months, there are concerns out there, and we want to make sure we take our time to inform the public about what these projects are like, how long they are, what they look like, anything that we can do to inform and educate in and around the many counties that we serve in Nebraska. And as I mentioned, this is really a complex process to meet OPPD's unique power with purpose accreditation. And really back to the discussion that we had late last year about resiliency and reliability needs. It's critically important that we ensure these sites help us with this resiliency and reliability such that we know going into the future we can meet our customers' loads. I'll just pause there to see if you have any questions on solar, because I do believe I'm going to gas siting next.
Mary,
I don't see any hands.
Oh, I didn't have my hand up, but Mary, can you talk about how you're communicating with folks who have submitted RFPs, or is that something we can't really talk about?
So we're not really talking about that at this time, but we do have, I think if we go to the next slide, I really want to I think we're missing a slide. One more, there we go. I really do want to talk about who we're talking with and where they're located. You know, we have gone from 71 proposals that we received at the end of January, and we've narrowed that down to 7 different projects in and near our service territory. We're working with developers, Blue Stem Solutions, Community Energy, Geronimo Energy, Invenergy, Ranger Power, and Sandhills Energy. And we've actually narrowed those down to the 7 different projects in these counties that you see. And so we're not at a point in time, I think, where we can speak definitively about how we're talking with some of these developers, but understanding that we're still narrowing this down and really trying to ensure that we get the right terms and conditions on our side of the fence, and then talking to developers about how they can meet those terms and conditions going forward. Okay, any other comments or questions? Again, I don't see any hands raised.
Hey, Mary, you want to just talk about why Sarpy County is blue, maybe?
I will. Thank you. Sarpy County is blue. As we've discussed publicly, Sarpy County put some text amendments into effect earlier this year. Those text amendments really prohibit a developer from coming in and developing any solar within the county. And because we went out for an RFP where developers were focused on coming in and helping us to build these units and offering them as power purchase agreements, we've decided to, at this point in time, put that in pause because developers cannot develop there. We want to continue to work with the county. We want to continue to understand if there is something that we can do in the county that makes sense. At this point in time, it's really not open to developers to proceed. Okay, next slide, please, Mo. So what's next? We're going to continue with the technical, commercial, and contract analysis of each one of these projects. It's great that we've narrowed down from 71 down to 7. We want to continue to do our outreach and education, and Lisa is going to go into more detail on this as she gets into her stakeholder outreach. We want to do updates to the leaders in Washington County, Cass County, Burke County, Saunders County, and Nemaha County. And we have provided and will continue to provide updates on OPPD Community Connect. That's the best way for the public to get information. If they have questions, contact us through that avenue and we'll get back to you and post your question and answer your question out on the OPPD Connect question and answers for Power with Purpose. We have contacted employees and retirees that are living in the area, and we intend to make sure that they can help us to be an advocate within those communities. And so again, Lisa will talk more about this later in this presentation. And our goal is to share the final projects by the end of 2020. It's really timing going back between negotiations between OPPD and developers. As you might imagine, these terms and conditions are, hundreds of pages long. And when we start to look at those, it takes more time to really go through those and understand how the whole thing works together for the benefit of our customer owners. So as I said, we're taking a measured approach to ensure that we understand it and that we will do the best we can for our customer owners in regards to signing these power arrangements with developers. And we're hopeful that we can get there by the end of 2020. Any questions on solar?
I have a question,
next
Mary.
slide. Okay.
So thank you very much for the update. I think it's great. And thanks for putting in context where the timelines are relative to each other for the gas and the solar, and that really a lot of groundwork had happened with the solar up front. the intent, and things are complicated, things can happen, but the intent of the project is that they both solar and gas will come online about the same time. Is that correct?
That is correct. We're anticipating having the solar and the gas on sometime between 2022 and 2024. And the gas projects will probably be in the 2023 timeframe. And then the solar projects that we're looking at have a span between 2022 and 2024.
Because you've got more of those to put in, and that might, they won't all happen at the same time.
It will not all happen at the same time.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much.
And again, remember, it's the developers that are driving that. It's their construction schedule, not ours. And so that's something that we will continue to talk with them about. Okay. Next slide, please, Mo. Natural gas generation update. So we are going to continue with, now that we've made the announcement, I know there's been lots of questions out there about how we got to these sites, and in particular, 120th and Military and the Pavilion site. And I'll just step back a little bit and maybe help with the timeline and help you to understand how we got to where we are making the announcements that we did last month. One of the questions that has come up is, you know, how long ago did you know that these sites were the sites that you were going to select? And why is it that you haven't notified the public quicker? And my response has been, and continues to be that as we went through the spring, you know that we had the solar bids in, we were evaluating those 71 proposals. We put in a lot of applications into the SPP market, SPP for generator interconnection applications. And we did that specifically because we didn't know the sites. We wanted to cover our bases. We had a lot of different options and a lot of different alternatives that we were still considering at that time. As we went through the later spring and we got into June, we started to focus in on very specific, as I just showed, solar sites. And those solar sites, as we start to focus in on those and understand where they are, we went back into our modeling to ensure that our gas sites were put into the correct locations. And what I mean by that is when you inject power into the grid, it's critically important where that power comes in order to maintain the reliability and the resiliency of the power grid. So siting generation is a bit different than siting transmission. It's really set up to make sure that that resiliency and the reliability of the system remains intact, especially as we're looking forward to making the changes at North Omaha. And so as we convert units 4 and 5 at North Omaha to gas, and we retire units 1, 2, and 3, that really changes the complexity of the grid. And we really wanted to make sure that these gas units could come in for a couple of reasons. One is that it reduces overall carbon emissions by 80 to 90% at North Omaha Station. It'll reduce our carbon emissions across our fleet by about 30% if we look from 2010 through 2024. And it also creates quick start ramp, quick ramping units that we can bring online in short order. My North Omaha units, when I have to bring those on from a cold start, can take up to 24 hours to go to full load, at which time we are emitting that entire time. Whereas if I have these units that I can bring on in 10, 25 minutes even, it's a smaller footprint from an environmental perspective and really gives us what we need to backstop the solar and the wind that we already have in the system. And I think people forget that we will have, once this is sourced, somewhere between 14 to 1600 megawatts of renewable generation on our system. And we do need these natural gas units to be able to backstop that intermittent generation that we see coming in from our renewables. So the natural gas generation is cited. We are doing technical assessments on the progress of both locations. So we're doing ALTA surveys, geotechnical surveys, noise measurements to make sure that what we anticipate for noise is what we're really going to see. And then we're also doing environmental assessments. As part of the siting at the Sarpy County South, which is next to the Sarpy County landfill, we voluntarily submitted documentation into the city of Papillion. We've worked hand in hand with the city of Papillion. They've been great partners. We really have appreciated that. And we wanted to make sure that they could have all of their questions answered. And the one way to do that was really go through their planning department and to really follow their process. And so we voluntarily have done that. We will go to the Nebraska Power Review Board. Our application was submitted on September 16th, and the hearing is set for October 19th. And I want to reiterate here, I think there's a lot of misperceptions about what the Power Review Board does. The Power Review Board has a really narrow focus, looking, did we site the generation and have, in the best interest of the overall customers and owners, is it the most economical, and are we not duplicating our system? And so that narrow focus is really just centered on, do you really need this generation, and is not set up necessarily to be a public hearing or a public meeting. It's really just the Nebraska Power Review Board looking at our project to ensure that we're doing the best overall thing for the state of Nebraska. And then we still have our fuel supply vendor meetings that are going on and in progress. It is important, very important, that we understand where we're going to get the natural gas to be able to run these units. And so that continues to make progress. Next slide. So where we are with our sourcing, we are intending to put out a single RFP for reciprocating internal combustion engines, or RICE as we like to call them. And we issued an RFP on September 16th. We had pre-bid meetings on the 23rd, and then the proposal dates, they're due back in on October 21st. So in about a week, we'll get those bid packages back. We also put out a single RFP for simple cycle combustion turbines. That went out on October 7th, and we're intending to have our pre-bid meetings this week. And so we'll move forward with each one of those. And in terms of the RICE vendors, we had 40 questions that came in, and we've answered all of those in letters of clarification. And so we continue to do a lot of work behind the scenes on sourcing the natural gas generation. I still don't see any, oh, I do see hand up, Director Yoder.
Sorry, that's a legacy. I'll put it down.
Okay, okay. Okay, next slide, please. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Lisa Olson. But before I do, I really want to recognize the way that her team has really dug in and is helping us, and it is really a very collaborative effort across the district, not just with Lisa, but with everybody else as well. But their team has really been in front and center in this, and I do appreciate the collaboration that we get from that team. Lisa?
Yeah, thank you, Mary. Greatly appreciate it, and back at you and your team. As Mary said, this we did not have a chance to talk about our narrative. So you've seen this graphic from a year ago, and each month we continue to reference this as we go throughout this journey. And it has been a journey for the entire team. So with this update, we're going to continue that communication cadence and where we've been, where we're at this journey, and what's next. So phase one, as we talked through, was the state of the utility, and we have a lot of lessons learned here. The team was extremely creative because we were on our way out to do our traditional stakeholder outreach and education on state of the utility to talk about top 10 things that are happening with your utility. And then COVID hit. And so our chance to sit across the table and have a cup of coffee went virtual. And so we're learning from that and getting better each day. And I'll talk a little bit more about that because we did a survey right after our town halls so that we can improve. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Phase two, of course, conversation and updates with potentially impacted areas. as the modeling continued. So we didn't have answers, but we wanted to get out there and talk to find out what's on people's mind and so forth, even if the potential area wasn't chosen and so forth. So more to come on that. Phase 3, engagement with directly impacted. We're in that phase right now. And we'll talk a little bit about the outreach that we're doing. And then, as Mary alluded to with today's announcement, we're going to be doing outreach in those 6 counties to talk through with those particular areas. And that's the different nuance right now with this one, because it is a private developer, right? And so they've done work for the past several months and years, in fact. And so now we'll be interjecting in that outreach. However, it may be that that particular location has different nuances. So we'll talk through that with those particular developers. And then, as we said, we're not done. Outreach continues to go, and we'll just continue to communicate and communicate and communicate, especially in that IAP2 model in terms of inform and consult. And in some of the areas, we'll get into the involvement and so forth. So next slide, please. So let's take a step back so that we can talk about the future. We continue to have one-on-one meetings for the past, from 19 to now, and we continue to do it on a weekly. Sometimes we have multiples within a day presentations. Mary and I spend a lot of time together on virtual meetings and explaining how complicated this really is. So we'll continue to do that, and people can reach out on OPPD.com on the Speakers Bureau, but we'll talk a little bit more about those avenues to engage. Next slide, please. October, November, spent a lot of time working on the actual Power with Purpose. And many of you that may be on this call were part of that original, I called focus group, and in engagement with, this is complicated. So how can we explain it to people of what our challenges were, what the framework is that we governed by with our board of directors and the strategic directives, and then the legal and regulatory obligations. We have an obligation to serve all customers. And then, of course, the solution after millions of modeling and so forth. And this was extremely complicated. So then you can see the outreach that we did in that phase of it. Next slide, please. State of the utility. The team did a beautiful job of outlining the top 10 things that you need to know. We're going to be utilizing this more often now to go out on road shows to talk about what's on people's mind of their utility. As we were doing this, in fact, we were placing ads right during this time frame to have it in Blair, all up and down our service territory, in Springfield, and further, the COVID hit. And so we ended up going to a virtual online. I was pleasantly surprised how people were still engaged, but it was important that we showed the empathy because people were concerned about their family and friends and what was going to be happening with them and so forth. So we wanted to make sure that we had empathy involved in that. However, we did continue to tell the story and give people a way to engage if they would want to. Next slide, please. Powering through the pandemic campaign. So many people don't realize, and we talked a lot about this at senior management, and like I said, we get very emotional about this. Our people are still in the power plants. Our transmission and distribution employees are still out making sure that we have power to each and everyone's home, especially during this important time where people are homeschooling and their family members may be sick and so forth. So we wanted to just heighten that awareness and highlight the important work that our people are doing behind the scenes. So we ran a campaign in between May and August, and in regards to Facebook and so forth. And we did a lot more of targeting in terms of those special counties that could possibly have our gas facilities or would have solar in it, because we just didn't know of the 71 what it could be narrowed down to, as Mary talked through. So I am so proud of the click-throughs that were happening because people were interested in what was happening with our people and how we were trying to keep the power on, or were keeping the power on, especially as you saw just the other day with the windstorm, Troy and his team and everyone just did a phenomenal job. And Mary and her team, you know, in the power plants, making sure that the power was generated. So thank you with that. So you've seen all of the different ways, and Julie and her team and the customer, making sure that the customers were taken care of during these times of special circumstances and so forth. So thank you to everybody of the employees, and I'm sure many of them are listening today. Next slide, please. So July, you heard we launched a new platform, OPPDCommunityConnect.com, first utility in the United States to use it. And while we're talking about power with purpose, it's going to be part of our decarbonization efforts and the community conversations that we're going to have. And diversity and inclusion, how can we have conversations in the community about that and so forth. So be sure and visit it often. There is a timeline on the right-hand side. Sarah Lake and the team are doing a great job keeping that updated. You also see that there's a link for Power Review Board and what is that and how can you engage and so forth. And as things are coming up on the timeline, you'll see that. So visit that often. We've already had over 1,500 visitors just in the short period of time. So since it's been launched, so more to come on that. Next slide, please. So let's talk change. Virtual meetings. We had 2 of them on our online community meetings on September 29th and 30th. We promoted through multiple channels, digital campaigns, including social media, Nextdoor, which is an application that many of us utilize as well, and it's an engagement platform. And then we did some geo-targeting through social media and direct mail, postcards to community leaders and outreach to those homeowners association, as well as our employees that live along the particular areas and so forth. So at the Papillion meeting, which was on the 29th, we had 52 attendees. And I would say that it was a little bit more technical in nature in regards to that particular facility. Military had 79 attendees, and the themes were really around the sound, the aesthetics, wildlife, property values, and safety, and so forth. That is really important to that particular neighborhood. And so we listened, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But we have the meetings are recorded and they're posted on OPPD Community Connect. And we did do a survey right after that. So we can always get better since this is a new venue for us. We asked about clarity of information. We asked about the ability to address your concerns and questions. And then we asked about satisfaction with the overall community meeting and what could we do better? And that is success for us of, did you understand what we were talking about? Did we engage you and did we hear what you were saying? So we'll talk a little bit more about that. But at the ability to address your concerns at the Papillion, we had out of a 5-point scale, there was 4.55 overall satisfaction. At 120th the military, there was 4.05 overall satisfaction. And we'll share that and post that on the website as well, and then provide that to the board. But this is literally hot off the press. Overall satisfaction with the community meeting. Platteview, out of a 5-point scale, 4.64 overall satisfaction, and 120th in military was a 4.21 overall satisfaction. Then we also asked about the ability to address your concerns and questions, and at at Papillion, 4.55 overall satisfaction, and at 120th in military was a 4.05 overall. With that, I want to go to the next one because we tried to anticipate the questions because we had done some initial outreach and so forth to find out what was on people's mind, including our own employees that will back up next to these particular facilities. So Mo, if you could go to the next slide, please. So what did we hear? And we addressed this during the town halls during that, but then we also heard other things as well. So how loud will this be running? And will it run all the time? And Mary and Tim did a beautiful job on that, since it's a peaking station, that it will be 5 to 10% of the time. So it will not be running all the time, only during those peak times. What's this going to look like from my backyard? And one of the lessons learned that we learned on this is we had the renderings, but you know, there's a lot of steep areas, both at the Papillion site as well as the military site. So we're going to send a drone in there to go through and do some actual visualization of the actual property. And so more to come on that. So that was a great lesson learned for us. Should I be concerned with emissions from the plant? And we were able to address that to say, from an emission standpoint. And Mary, I just didn't know if you wanted to talk a little bit more about that at this point, from an emission standpoint.
So no, I mean, I think the emissions that we've talked about were, as we said earlier, we're going to reduce the emissions across our city. The emissions in these units, because they're sitting idle, you know, 85 to 95% of the time, they're really only running at those hot peak, top peak hours in the hot summer days. And so the emissions are really minimal as we run these plants. And then on the other side of this, because these plants are newer, upgraded equipment, they have better emissions controls on them than previous plants that we might have owned. So again, it's an upgrade to the units, and overall we'll be reducing our emissions across the fleet.
I see that Director Bogner has her hand up. Director Bogner?
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to weigh in here. I attended the 120th and military meeting, and you know, I think that this is a good summary list of the questions we heard, but I also think that there were, you know, a lot of questions surrounding or really highlighted that a lot of the neighbors don't know what they're around already. And so is there a way that we could describe for the public what MUD does on that site already? Because I think there were some concerns about, you know, explosion risk and smells and things like that. And those risks are probably already present based on the activities that happen on that site now.
Thank you for that.
Lisa, would you like me to take that?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, at that facility, MUD, and I neglected to mention it earlier, so thank you for the question. MUD has been a fabulous partner as well. They have really come around and worked with us to help us understand how best we can co-locate at that facility. So the work that they do at that facility is the one they compress natural gas. It's a compression station, but it's also a liquefaction station. And that liquefaction station, what they do is they actually are able to store liquefied natural gas, and they use that to shave their peak during the winter months. And so the smells that you have there are associated with any kind of natural gas, similar to what you would have in your home if you had a natural gas leak. And natural gas in and of itself does not have an odor. We put that odor in it intentionally so that we give people a warning that, hey, there might be something wrong within your home. And so when you think about this, it's really important that we make sure that we understand why that odor might be there. I've been to that site several times. I don't know that I noticed any odor. I think they're very careful, and I know they are, about how they do their operations. They've been able to be there for many, many years and with no issues. And so what I would say is that in the fall time, like now, they're doing their compression, they're filling up their liquefaction tanks, and you'll hear that noise during that period of time, which we know that is kind of in this fall time frame, getting prepared for their winter and their winter peak. So they use it as a shaving unit, peak shaving unit, and use that liquefied natural gas to make sure that they can get enough natural gas into your homes for heating over the winter period.
Thank you, Mary. That's fantastic. I think that, you know, they're doing such a good job at NED, both working with us as well as the work that they do to make sure that their supply is stable for our community, that the neighbors don't realize what's right there. They're, you know, so I just encourage you guys to continue to reiterate that we're going to be as good a neighbors as MUD and maybe even better if we can raise the bar there. I do have a couple other questions. I I know that from that 120th and military meeting, property values were, a big concern. And again, since this location is already an industrial site, I think that the answer that was provided that night was that the valuations of every property have already probably considered that. But I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to collaborate with like the Douglas County Assessor's Office or another resource that we can connect homeowners to either verify that or confirm those numbers so that they are given some peace of mind.
Absolutely. Thank you, Director Bogner, on that. And we do that for economic development projects and so forth. So we will do that outreach and so forth and keep the community updated on that, because we did hear that loud and clear.
All right, thank you very much. I think that you guys have probably already answered all the other questions that I was planning to ask. So I think I'm complete now. Thank you for the time.
Well, you're more than welcome to raise your hand again multiple times. So the next one was, are you going to tear down trees and negatively impact the wildlife in the area? I will say we just did a walking tour with MUD just the other day. Of course, social distancing and wearing our masks as well, even if we were outside. We walked the facility and so forth, as well as going down in the areas and even where we can place the substation and so forth. So all of those decisions still have to be made. And that's why we're going to be doing that drone footage, as well as some open houses, being safe as well, to the neighborhoods that are adjacent to that, so that they can walk the property as well. So more to come on that. And we're going to try to save as many trees and the natural landscape that we possibly can. And then wildlife is really important to all of our areas. So we will continue to make sure we focus on that as well. How will the construction on this site disrupt traffic around my neighborhood? We're going to be working with the homeowners associations in terms of when construction will begin and when it may be heavier than other times. But once the plant is built, there will be a handful of employees that work at that site. Is that correct, Mary? So there won't be a lot of traffic after it's built.
Correct.
And then how's it going to impact my OPPD rates? Of course, we need to have affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive rates. And we are going to be going hopefully to the board for our continuation of our no general rate increase in regards to this particular facility to build it. It should not have an impact. So Javier, is there anything that you would like to add there? I put my colleague on the spot there.
Yeah, hey Lisa, I think Javier did have to jump off. He's
okay.
Part of an LPPC CFO call this afternoon that starts at 3, so that's probably where.
All right, thank you.
You bet. But our intention is, no, we plan on going to the board with no general rate increase, beginning to have that conversation in the November timeframe about what our assumptions are going into 2021, sharing our capital, sharing our O&M budget, and a recommendation to the board of no general rate increase. And so that information will be coming to the board in the November timeframe. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you, Tim. Greatly appreciate it. Next slide, please. Thank you, Mo. So we wanted to make it real in terms of what these power plants could look like. And these are examples of our Elk City facility, our Sarpy County station, as well as Cass County station. And because there's been a lot of misinformation out there in regards to what this natural gas facility could look like. And then on the upper left-hand corner is the renderings for the Papillion Sarpy County site. That was part of that outreach, as well as on the right was the outreach in terms of the 120th and military site in regards to sound. And so we're going to keep updating the communities on what these look like, because as Mary said, they have not sourced the actual vendors for what the plants will be, but we wanted to show you exactly what our current facilities are like, and that they do not look like what's being posted on social media and so forth. So I'll pause there if there's any questions. Okay, next slide, please. So ways to engage and stay informed. This is truly part of the IAP2 portion of our outreach, to engage and stay informed as of right now. So OPPD Community Connect, as I said, it is an interactive site where we'll take polls and surveys. So visit it often. We have OPPD The Wire that will be doing some interactive real-time video that we can post on that, and we have thousands of followers are in that. Outlets newsletters, we've been putting in a monthly update to each of our customers, every single one of our customers, either electronically or in their bill. So that's been going for the last year in that regard. OPPD social media, we've upped our game on that. And then of course, next door, we do have quite a few people that are engaged on that. OPPD is trying to be a part of that community since we are a utility, and we're working through that. And we've been working through that for quite a while. Contact your OPPD board member or community leader, elected official, through our OPPD.com, which many of you have been doing that as well. And then we're going to continue to have community meetings, organized events, homeowner associations that we'll be talking through, and speakers bureau per your request. Ask us to come speak to you. We will do it. We're also proactively engaging in that. Next slide, please. So next steps. As Mary said, we have the power review hearing that is October 19th. And we posted that process on OPPD Community Connect. Working on additional renderings. So listening to the lessons learned from the online meetings and so forth, and making sure that we can find visual ways to show you what's happening on the property and input so that we heard you and we have made changes. That's going to be important to us. Continue our one-on-one meetings with elected officials and community leaders. We've been doing outreach to city council members, county planners, and various boards. Continued outreach to homeowners association. There are more active homeowner associations than others. Planning a late October in-person event, which I talked about. So the team's working really hard on that. So more to come on that. And then one of the items that we do have at the request is November 9th, we'll be at the Ramble Ridge annual HOA. Okay, next slide, please. So as a follow-up, we're going to do direct mails to the original recipients of online meetings to provide them specifics since they couldn't attend and what we talked about, and remind them of the meeting recordings and FAQs. The FAQs will be constantly updated as questions come in. So keep looking at that website. We'll be doing Papillion transmission and routing, siting, and public involvement process, but that will take several months as well. The 120th and military site is well established at this point, but we will have to build that out once the substation is determined where it's placed at. We're going to be doing 2021 meetings around design and construction where the community and neighbors can engage in that. And then, as you heard today, we're launching the solar locations and announcements and education and outreach. There's going to be a lot of outreach that's going to take place there. And so we're making our phone calls to many of those communities to say that a solar facility may be in your particular area, along with the developers. So more to come on that. So I believe that is my last slide. We'll be back again next month to give you another update. I'm sure you'll be seeing more of the information over and over again, but it's important that you know what we're hearing, you're hearing it, to know that the public, we hear you, and that we can do some check and adjust along the way.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Ms. Fisher, any questions from anybody? Comments? In case you didn't see the chat, Craig had to step away.
I'm here. I'm here, Rick.
Sorry, never mind.
It's all right.
Director Yoder, if I could add how Mary started this, we just want to thank all the employees, the dedicated employees that have been putting their heart and soul in this outreach, as well as building these facilities. You know, usually you just build one facility every few years, but we're doing multiple during the next several months and years. And so it's been taking a lot of energy from literally from a lot of people. So I just want to thank them, and the collaboration has been off the charts. We're learning a lot of great things because, as you know, we have our outreach has been really a hallmark of OPPD, and with this virtual world, it has thrown us some curveballs. So we're always willing to learn and check and adjust. So thank you to the board for your support.
Yeah, of course, and I'll just quick echo. Watching the continuum of the engagement work over time, it's always been a hallmark, as you said, Lisa. But I think the way in which there's so much going on, and the challenge of navigating all of the different things that we want to share with the community and get their input on is quite a Herculean task. And I'll hold up in this particular instance. I really appreciate the fact that you're getting feedback from attendees of these meetings too, right? Because that helps you not just what are your questions, but actually surveying them afterwards and getting that detail. That's super great, and it helps us continue to refine and improve our work. So great job to all involved.
Thank you.
Other board members, any additional comments, or Tim, anything you want to chime in on?
You know, I'll let the board members go first, and then I'll jump in at the end if that's okay.
Sure.
Quickly, I want to thank Tim, you and your team for continuing with your promise to keep us updated on this, keep the public updated on this. It's super important. I know, obvious, maybe not so obvious, but I really appreciate your responsiveness. You heard the rumors and the murmurs about is solar lagging and versus the gas. So you were very responsive, right on point to what the chatter is out there. And I really appreciate you having an ear to the ground on that, anticipating and engaging with everybody who's impacted by this.
Thank you. You know, maybe I'll just say a few things. I mean, you heard a couple really important presentations today. You heard Mary and Tim Euling talk about Fort Calhoun. You heard Mary talk in closed session on the solar, and then on the gas update, and Lisa on the stakeholder process. And as we started this, journey a year or so ago, when we began to present to the board the power of purpose solution, there's a lot of activity going on, and you see all the senior management engagement on all of this. And you heard Julie talk about what they're doing on the customer trends, and last week or last month you heard Mart talk, and Kate today, and Javier in the past on a variety of different things, and Troy on all their work that's going on the T&D side, as well as the great response from our men and women on the storm last two nights ago, and the great work they did, rural and metro area. But a lot of significant work's going on, and I'll just give a quick shout out to Mary, who's kind of burning it at both ends. She's part of a decommissioning and deconstruction of a nuclear plant, and also she's building the next generation, and that is just what our team is doing, with a lot of folks supporting them and a lot of people out in the field supporting them. So I just want to thank all of them publicly for that work they're doing, and thank you, the board, for the support on that. This is really deep and impactful work that will be with us for a long period of time. Again, I think we talk about this because we know these numbers, but the Power with Purpose will reduce our carbon footprint by 30%. And at the North Omaha station, which we've been so committed to do as a board for a long period of time, we're now able to make that come true by reducing carbon output there by over 90%, by 2024, or when we actually, move 1 through 3 in a deconstruction or a decommissioning phase, and change units 4 and 5 from coal to natural gas. And so you know, I would just engage that a lot of this is a timing issue, and we have to maintain our capacity. We've been pretty clear about that, and our power with purpose, and essentially the story about why this capacity is so critical. And any delay on that in this process, as we've seen with some of the work earlier this spring and early summer, really puts pressure on us being able to do those things in North Omaha. We're still committed to do them, but as they're delayed, it puts pressure on when we can get that done. And that's important as we begin to develop our overall plan around decarbonization, and certainly the commitment the board has made on SD7. So one, I want to thank the board for, you know, allowing us to continue down this path and giving us great direction to be able to do that. And I would just give a shout out. I think in every indication, whether it's the Sarpy County or Papillion, we have made changes and perspective differences every time we've listened to the experts and the people and the neighbors and the counties and the cities. Once we hear their concerns and their issues, we begin to take those into consideration. And I'm just going to give a quick example. When our team walked to the site at 120th Military with the MUD folks, there was some immediate conversation about, hey, wait a minute, based on this concern, we might be able to move the substation in this direction and this angle to really reduce the ability to take down mature trees. That was a great feedback that we heard from the folks on that town hall, as well as a number of other different things around pollinators and as Mary talked about earlier. And so our team is taking that feedback, and we will make changes, and it'll be our accountability to come back and share what those changes are in the stakeholder process. So we'll be in a position to be able to do that. We do have to work through some of the equipment items on the natural gas siting or the natural gas equipment, and we'll do that. But we'll come back and share how valuable that feedback is on our movement forward on these sites. And so I do want to thank the public as well, because that honest and direct feedback and that engagement is terribly important for us to make sure we do the right thing. So just thanks all the way around, and I am complete. So thank you.
All right. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate you offering those kudos. I think we, as a board, did a resolution 2 months ago acknowledging the great work that everyone is doing. I suppose we don't want to do that every 2 months, but on behalf of the board, thanks to everybody. And Mary, thanks to you for burning the candle at both ends. Impressive work all the way around. Okay, this is our last agenda item. So if there's anything more we need to discuss with respect to power with purpose, now's the time. Hearing none and seeing no hands raised, that concludes the agenda. So thanks for another good full day, everybody. Thanks for sticking with the technology. I think we're getting better and better at this. Reminder, board meeting is tomorrow, Wednesday, not Thursday. Board meeting tomorrow. So we'll see most of you in person tomorrow, and everyone else, unless you really have to be there, I strongly encourage you to stay home and stay safe. Okay, thanks everybody.